Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I got boxes full of Pepe! China. I have to have my China.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Illegal.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Well, chat, good to see all of you here already. I'm gonna get the show started a little sooner than usual. Sorry for cutting off your music short. But there is a lot going on in this world. So, due to that, let's get right to it. Make sure to buckle your seatbelts, fans. Got a lot to look at in the abyss. fuck. Well, a lot of breaking news has been happening today while I've been trying to get ready for the stream. Well, if you're not aware yet, things have developed in the Middle East. And we'll get to that a little bit later. First, as always, we're going to start in the United States. Ah, for fuck's sakes. Okay, this is from 6 ABC Philadelphia, 10 hours ago. 2 teens injured. Bullets miss woman in home after more than 40 shots fired in western Philadelphia.
But we are going to begin with 2 17-year-olds who were shot in a hail of gunfire in West Philadelphia.
It happened just after 10:30 last night on the 100 block of North Redfield Street. Police say dozens of shots were fired and a stray bullet almost injured a neighbor.
Action News reporter Maggie Kent joining us live at police headquarters with the latest on this extremely disturbing story. Maggie.
Well, Alicia and Aliana, police are looking for the shooter or shooters responsible for injuring those 2 teens and narrowly missing a woman who was sleeping at the time. Last night, just after 10:30, a 17-year-old boy in desperate need of help flagged down a police officer
who stated he was just shot in the shoulder, and he was shot in the 100 block of North Redfield Street.
When they got to the scene, police found another 17-year-old boy who was shot multiple times.
Was suffering from a gunshot wound to his chest. Police picked him up, rushed him to Presbyterian Hospital, where he is in critical condition.
Investigators say, based on the evidence collected, it's clear that more than one gun was used in this assault.
The scene consists of over 40 spent shell casings from 2 separate caliber semi-automatic weapons.
And those bullets flew everywhere, including through a second-story window of a house on the block where a woman was sleeping.
The bullet went through her bedroom window, lodged in the bedroom wall where she was laying in the bed. But she is okay. Of course, she's very shaken up.
Okay, well, that's going to be somewhat prescient of the rest of this stream, if I'm being honest. This is oh boy. Yeah. Being Streamlord is somehow getting harder and harder every day. Not trying to be a martyr about it, but goddamn, the news was garbage today. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this is from 10 hours ago as well, but this is on the other side of the country. NBC Bay Area. Police shoot and kill armed man at home in West Oakfield.
We are following breaking news in the East Bay. Oakland police have shot and killed a murder suspect. Today in the Bay's Bob Riddell has been live at the scene since early this morning. Are police telling you anything else, Bob?
They've gotten us a pretty good idea of what happened. Good morning to Laura. This shooting took place right there at that house there. It's 3 houses down to your left. You can see the White House. And then there's a police officer still parked out front. He's waiting for a private crime scene cleanup company to finish their job. Until recently, the officers were out here. I believe they were waiting for the coroner to arrive. The coroner's arrived and taken away the body. Now, this happened on 16th Street. That's where that house is at the intersection.
Okay. I didn't even switch, did I? I forgot. That's my bad. We're just gonna keep moving on because it's got way too much to fucking cover here. This one, actually, hold on. I have to fix something. I'm back. Okay, this is from a day ago, and I'm trying to get my head back in the game right now because the stuff that happened in the last 30 minutes, literally, is insane. Okay, okay, this is from a day ago. North Bay Sheriff warning community after students found with toy gun.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Now at 5, a warning tonight about a trend on social media unfolding right here in the Bay Area. It's a game that could...
So that thing looks real as fuck. I don't know about you, but...
have some dire consequences. Thanks for joining us here on Crown 4 News at 5. I'm Noelle Bello.
And I'm Grant Lotus. Talking about Marin County, where deputies recently followed up on a concerned citizen's report about this kid running through the neighborhood with a gun. As Crown 4's Teresa Estacio reports, the teenager admitted to playing a game called Senior Assassins.
Crown 4 News obtained these snapshots from a deputy's body-worn camera of a replica gun recovered by Marin County Sheriffs on Tuesday. A spokesperson says that deputies pulled over the teen with friends after an Uber driver had reported seeing what he thought was a teen running through a neighborhood holding a real weapon.
Yeah, they just called it the Assassin Challenge or game, and it's common for seniors to play kind of in this time frame of the year. It definitely, according to their accounts, was something that they
exactly, Afroponics. It looks like a 3D printed fucking gun, right? I don't know if anybody else here in chat has seen them, but it's exactly what it looks like, and it's just so accurate to what another I think it's supposed to be modeled after a Glock. It looks exactly like one.
could be risky or people could be concerned about. So they were trying to be smart about it. But running through residential neighborhoods and hiding behind trees is not really a smart way to go about doing that.
That's Marin County Deputy Adam Schumerhorn. He says that the high school student told deputies he recently purchased the fake gun online to participate in the Senior Assassins game, where seniors form teams and eliminate each other by tagging competitors with water guns.
So yeah, and here's the thing. It's a fucking water gun, right? And by the way, you're not mistaken. You're getting free support characters today. I need them. I need Jessica Fletcher. I need Captain Planet and, you know, Benjamin Sisko and Bacula here as well. So they're just staying. I don't give a fuck. I genuinely don't give a fuck today. What was I doing? I mean, don't not like the stream because of it. But I'm just saying, if you get more likes, I'll add more characters. Fuck it. But like the thing is, what was it? Like a week ago, we saw a video where a young man got shot. I think he was actually a teenager, right? Like, I think he got shot. Like an officer literally shot him from like inside of his vehicle because he saw him carrying a toy gun, right? And the fact is, because of the problem with guns all over this goddamn country just being readily available to everybody, like, how do you expect police officers to even identify the difference between that and a real gun? And these are some of the issues with having such a prominent culture of guns in our country. You know, kids just want to have fun, right? But then, you know, like, I don't feel like, you know, maybe in a different place, maybe in a different neighborhood, I feel like these people would genuinely be in danger. And what if, for instance, like, what if somebody, I think, like he said on the story, somebody called the police, right? So what if police had responded, shown up, and done exactly what that officer we saw do earlier in the week, right? There's just about nothing stopping something like that from happening. Group hug. Yes, group hugs. Group hugs. Okay, moving on. This is from News Channel 5 from 16 hours ago. Thousands ask lawmakers to not pass bill allowing teachers to have guns in Tennessee.
Thousands of Tennesseans want to stop lawmakers from passing a bill that would allow teachers to bring guns into your child's classroom. An open letter to legislators has gained more than 4,400 signatures within less than a week, making the letter over 100 pages long. The signatures are from teachers, school officials, parents, grandparents, pediatricians, psychologists, concerned residents, and more from counties across the state. Sarah Shoup Newman is the letter's author. She is the parent of a Covenant school shooting survivor. Her 5-year-old son at the time was enrolled in preschool at the Covenant school when the shooting happened last year. The letter began circulating on social media and is still collecting signatures. The bill that allows school staff and teachers to have guns on school grounds under certain conditions has already passed in the Senate and is now on hold in the House. But its sponsor plans to move the bill forward before the legislative session ends any day now.
Most of the people who were not supportive of the legislation are really not really educated on what the actual bill does.
I'd say this, if somebody volunteers say pick me, that is the last person you want with a gun.
If you would like to add your signature,
Yes.
or if you would like to just...
Exactly. That man was 150% on point. Okay, what's next? So yeah, Tennessee. Oh right, you're from Tennessee. I forgot about that for like 2 seconds. Yeah, your state is being silly, and by silly I mean insane. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Yeah, Tennessee wants to give every teacher... You know what? Why stop at the teachers? Give all the kids guns, too. We need middle schoolers with AK-47s.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay, what's next? And sure, you're probably saying, Streamlord, can a middle schooler handle the kickback from an AK-47? No. And that's why you have 2 middle schoolers per AK-47. Okay? I'm sorry, Chad. I'm already out of control today.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
This is me. This is in my head right now. That's where I'm at right now. It's bad. Oh, God. You're right. We should start even younger. Toddlers. Infants and toddlers. You're right. Why stop there? Okay, moving on. Still more gun violence, though, real quick. Maine legislature approves sweeping gun safety legislation after mass shooting. This is from 9 hours ago from the AP.
Lawmakers and the governor felt that they had to do something after the deadliest shooting in Maine history. Back in October, a gunman who was an Army reservist killed 18 people and injured 13 others at a bowling alley and at a bar and a pool hall that was hosting a cornhole tournament. The bills were really wide-ranging. They would require a background check for private gun sales. It would make it a crime to recklessly transfer a weapon to someone who's a prohibited person. There were some mental health components. There was a 72-hour waiting period, and bump stocks that could turn a regular gun into a machine gun. Those are now banned under the legislation. Maine does not have a red flag law. Maine has something called a yellow flag law, and that puts police in the lead of the process. Police have to take someone into custody. They have to arrange for a mental health evaluation, and then a judge has to rule before guns can be removed from someone in an emergency. Critics say the yellow flag process is cumbersome, and but an independent commission that investigated the shooting said that the yellow flag law would have worked if it had been properly used. Gun ownership is high in Maine. There's a big hunting tradition here. Maine is a...
If it was properly used. Well, why wasn't it properly used? This is why we need to...
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay, moving on. Fact is, I don't even remember that goddamn Maine shooting. And I should, considering the what they're talking about. You know? Like, it's fucking... It is just so tragic. There's no other word for it. It is just senseless. I need to shut the fuck up, Easy. No one told you the stream started. Oh my god. You know, I blame YouTube. Pretty sure it's YouTube's responsibility to tell you that. Although I did just post links in Discord. At least a few while I was trying to watch and manage the stream. Okay. 2 days ago. Alright, we're gonna move away from gun violence momentarily. Talk about homelessness from like 3 different angles. And I'm genuinely, because of a bunch of things that have been going on in my head, considering doing like a long stream that is almost entirely about this, but another day. However, let's listen in here. This is from the New York Times 2 days ago. You can't arrest away homelessness. How many times have I said that? A lot of times, I think.
Brenda.
Yes. Yeah,
here-
that's my name.
We're here in New York City.
Yeah, I came here in January.
So you sleep out here on the sidewalk?
I'm 60 years old. I worked 35 years. I'm a college graduate. I have no record. I have never been arrested or accused of anything. And I sleep on the sidewalk.
A growing number of Americans do not see homeless people as humans. They're a drug addict. They're a bum.
Homeless addicts and criminals have pretty much taken over Seattle.
And these are not the homeless people, frankly, that I grew up with. I mean, these are people who are hearing voices, are on drugs.
They just need to get a job.
What an
How
asshole.
do you get a job when you can't take a shower?
Yeah, great point. It's a great fucking point. Think about that.
My name is Mark.
I'm assuming everybody in chat has at least been on a job interview before. Have you ever not showered or taken at least some amount of effort to get yourself prepared for that interview? Think about doing that from the street.
I had a great job.
Whoopsies.
My name is Mark Horvath. I had a great job in television, and then in 1995, I ended up homeless for 8 years. That inspired me to start interviewing homeless people in 2008, sharing their experiences on my YouTube channel. Is anybody out here helping you?
I've been on my own since the age of 15 years old. I don't know anybody.
Last year, roughly 650,000 people in America were homeless on any given night. I want you to see them how I see them.
Connie, yes, homeless. Tell me about it. The owner wanted possession of the property.
I just want to point something out, because I've seen different footage of people who go to talk to homeless people. It's very rare. Very, very rare. At least from what I've seen. And I could just be biased or in a media bubble. But it's very rare, at least in my media viewing experience, to see somebody who's documenting homelessness and sitting on the ground with them. You know, actually, you know, like entering their space and treating them like genuinely like as equals, as human beings. And it's really interesting. However, if you didn't catch it, and maybe he talks about it later, so I don't want to but this man was actually homeless before he became anyway, I'm just gonna let's watch
I want you to see them how I see them.
Connie, yes, you're homeless. Tell me about it. The owner wanted possession of the property.
They didn't have a 3-bedroom to accommodate me and my kids. We downgraded to a sleazy motel. I wasn't comfortable with that because of my children. And we downgraded to my van. I bounced from couch to couch for a while, and then I met this guy, and here I am.
People end up homeless for all kinds of reasons, but the leading cause of homelessness is the lack of affordable housing.
I had 72 hours to get off the property, and I became homeless. I don't want to be out here. I don't have anywhere to go. 55 years old next January 5th. Speaking for myself personally, I don't have no family, and I have nowhere else to go, so I never thought I'd end up on Skid Row out here sleeping on docks and in back of businesses and everything, but that's what I guess I'm going to have to do. I don't know.
I worked for over 20 years with the United States Department of Defense as a classified contractor. Bought a home in North Carolina on a beautiful lake. 2.5 months later, my financial institution went bankrupt.
My master's degree is in adult education and training. If I had been paid commensurate to my credentials and my experience, I probably would not have been in a situation where I lost my apartment. I'm a single mom.
In the 15 years I've been interviewing homeless people, the biggest change that I have seen is the public and the political push to criminalize homelessness.
It will soon be illegal for homeless people in Tennessee to camp in parks.
A new law in Missouri just took effect in the new year, making it illegal for homeless people to sleep on state land.
On Wednesday, Governor DeSantis signed a bill that bans people experiencing homelessness from sleeping and camping in public places.
You can't ban people from existing, and that's what this basically is, right? Being unhoused essentially is, if you want to boil it down, and this is not to in any way like diminish unhoused people, but as an unhoused person, you basically have nothing left but yourself, and to ban someone from being, or attempt to make it illegal from being so impoverished that you have no home, is the most inhuman sort of response to this that I think people could come up with. It's very frustrating. I feel like I say this like once per stream, because we look at homelessness like once per stream, it seems like, because in one or another place it seems like every day I have a different video come across my feed where they're trying to, you know, make it illegal for these people to exist in public spaces, or even in a field or in a park or wherever. It just, you know, it's so frustrating.
And if you don't move,
then we get a ticket.
And how many tickets do you have?
Too many to count. I think in the past year and a half, it's like something like 30 that I've gotten.
30 tickets.
At $300 a pop.
Right. And for being homeless.
Yeah. For existing.
We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness. Just pushing people to a different city doesn't solve the problem. Many people are quick to assume homeless people are all on drugs, but the majority of people on the street do not have a substance use disorder. Some who do are really honest about it.
My problem is I'm addicted to heroin, so that's basically why I can't get off the street. Which I basically gave everything up for heroin, you know. So if anyone ever asks what it's like to shoot heroin, it's probably the only thing that'll get a man to give up money, job, family, pussy.
I only met each person for a moment. I can't verify their backstory, but I can verify their homelessness. And by stigmatizing homelessness, we point the fingers at people on the street who cannot fix the affordable housing crisis.
I got blown out of New Orleans.
Okay. All right, moving on. This is an actual solution to homelessness. This is from 12 hours ago. I forget what place in Canada this is at, but this is a great piece, honestly. One of the few sort of positive things we're going to be looking at today. Tiny home village complete after cranking out a house a week for 2 years.
Today's a milestone day. 2 years ago, this was just a bunch of trees and vacant land, and we just moved house 96. So it's an exciting day, kind of conclusion of a huge vision. At first I thought, okay, we could build this in 4 years, and then I said, no, I want to do it in 2 years, and that meant we had to figure out a way to build a house a week. And you know, the first couple houses obviously took a little longer, and then we got our system down, and then really for the last 70, 80 homes, we've been just on target, on schedule. We built an amazing team, and we've been cranking out a house a week for 2 years.
Why can't we do more
Yeah,
of
it's
this?
going to end the of March, so I'm
Funding.
like a week or two.
It's fucking government funding. I think it might be in New Brunswick. It kind of looks like it. I'm not sure about the location of it. They might say it in this video. I'm not entirely sure. But seriously though, this is the sort of thing that needs to be happening. And I'll be honest, this sort of thing could be done much faster too, right? I assume that their budget is limited, but if you had a big team of people to build this kind of stuff, like I've done framing before, you could put these houses up with like a team of, you know, 10 guys or something like that. You could be doing you know, one a day, or you could be building, like you could be doing the framing one day for like, you know, like Jesus Christ, for like 5 or 6 of these things like a day, and then be, you know, like doing the rest of it in like this sort of an order. Like it would have just, if they just had, if people who would just fund these sorts of projects, for fuck's sake, this is not this is the opposite of rocket science. This is basic shit.
Off the plan. Talk to me.
And my guess is the biggest problem with a lot of this stuff is getting the land where people are willing to stay, right? Because the fact is you can't just, you know, like what's it called? Yeah, NIMBYism. Absolutely. Thank you, Begat. Is that, and then, you know what I mean, like getting the land, because in some cases, especially in large metropolitan areas, land is fucking scarce and expensive, especially because of parking lot rules and all these other sorts of things. It's difficult. Things need to change in terms of zoning and all this stuff for it to happen, but we can't keep doing what we're doing.
What it was like before you moved in here?
Before we moved in here, my husband and I were homeless. We were homeless for about 11 months, living outdoors and behind Devon Lumber in a tent, not knowing what the day will bring. You just live it and go from there.
What's it like now?
A better life. It's a better future too. Like, yeah, I'm gonna start crying.
Oh God!
It gives us a hope for life, to start a new journey and start a new chapter.
Okay, hold on to that hope and that optimism for the rest of the stream. Okay, chat, can you do that? Just fucking with you. Okay. What's next? Oh, this is actually, like I said, we're looking at homelessness from 3 different angles. Here's our 3rd angle. Now, I'm gonna preface this one with it being, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, and some of this shit sounds a little fucked, but I don't know who owns, they didn't make clear who owns the property that is involved in all this, from what I could tell when I watched it. So that, just take that in the grain of salt, if you will, while we watch this next video, which I kind of really support a little bit in like a, we'll get into it. All right, this is from ABC 7 New York, from 5 hours ago. 7 on your side. Squatter remains in Queen's home despite probe.
Get this, the story doesn't end there. It's still not empty. Prosecutors say he was leasing that home out to other people and making money off of it. They're still there tonight.
He's leasing it out, and he had no right to be leasing it out.
That's what prosecutors say, yes.
So any indication that is something in the works to get all of those people out of this home?
That's a very good question. It was hard to get a good answer. If they don't leave, she might have to take them to housing court to get them evicted.
All right, so so much has been happening since you started doing these stories. You've gotten so much feedback. But there was an original family, and those are the family we have been following from Queens who first came to you with the story about a squatter. What's the update with them?
They started everything. 2 squatters today in 2 different courthouses. We had crews in both of them. The Landa family showed up for court today hoping to get a resolution. Instead, they faced more delays. Take a look. You might remember this story. The Landa family purchased a home in Douglas in Queens back in October for $2 million, and they haven't been able to move in yet. The caretaker of the former owner, Brett Flores, refuses to leave. He says he has a license to be there from the previous owner who died. Today in court, after a half a dozen other hearings, Flores added a new attorney to his team. Also, a new judge was assigned to the case. And now Flores' attorneys are considering a possible trial by jury. His attorney told us today the Landas agreed to pay him $140,000 to help with the sale of the home, and he needs the money.
Mr. Flores,
Imagine having $150,000 cash to just throw at somebody to get them out of a house. Good God. And the fact is I'm slightly less supportive of it because of the fact that he's renting it out, right? And he's clearly profiting from it, right? But like this shit is fucking insane with the housing market. And the squatting thing, the more I've been thinking about it, the more I think that it needs to be done, but in a very systematic manner. And I'm not sure, it doesn't seem like this man has necessarily gone about it that way. So that's partly why I'm not sure I can fully get on board with the thing. But I've been thinking about all this, right? And we talked about how much real estate is owned to some degree, not in great detail, but like how much is owned by big corporations, right? And I recently, I looked this up while I was looking at all this. Shit, where did I put this? Okay, here it is. So, now I want to do this is why I kind of want to do a deep dive on all this, because I think that there might be something to this. But if you look it up, and I just looked at one company, right? Just to get a sense. Now, if you're familiar, Berkshire Hathaway is owned by Warren Buffett. It's a massive trust, but it can be purchased like a stock on the stock market. It's worth billions and billions of dollars, right? And they own an incredible amount of real estate. According to this from investments.berkshireresidentialinvestments.com, Berkshire Hathaway has $28.1 billion of real estate assets under management, including approximately 500,000 residential units. You heard that correctly. 500,000 residential units in the United States alone. And I recently did a little bit of researching, but not a lot. Just because I've been thinking about this, and I noticed that there are a bunch of vacant Berkshire Hathaway properties up for sale currently. If you look it on Zillow, they're littered all over the place. And maybe at some point we'll look into this more deeply. But honestly, I if homeless people start turning Berkshire Hathaway properties into homeless encampments, I don't think I could be happier. But there's other people we could look at, like BlackRock and like Wells Fargo. There's plenty of people. But anyway, I'm gonna move on. Okay, what's next? Oh, speaking about housing still, though. This is from 8 hours ago. U.S. mortgage rates getting close to a 7.8% high. This is from Reuters.
Treasury yields go up, so do mortgage rates, but housing data is down. Welcome to Market Insight. I'm David Pollard. US Treasury yields have pushed higher as investors weigh economic data and warnings from Fed officials that the decline in inflation may have stalled. And is the housing market headed for worse? Existing home sales fell in March by 4.3%. This after data on Tuesday showed US single-family home building tumbled, with housing starts down over 12%. Well, let's get a view on all that from First American.
12% down on housing starts. So while we were in a housing crisis, builders are making less homes. But yeah, interest rates are now at an all-time, almost all-time, not all-time, I'm talking about like a 20-year high, causing mortgage rates to also spike even higher. As banks will always attempt to make money on customers. And so the divergence between the treasury yield and mortgage rates is always, depending on the bank, some number of percentage points off. Okay, what are we doing next? They're building apartments. Well, that's good. I'm glad they're building apartments near you, but it sounds like new housing is down around the US at least. But apparently in your area, I forget where it is that you are. I would look AC. I would look at interest rates again if I were you, pal. They may have peaked and gone down. You're not wrong about that. But if you look at them right now, they are approaching where they were by a very small margin right now. Back in, what was it, 2023? I think that's the peak you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, let's stop talking about interest rates. Okay, this is global news. We're going to quickly look at this Boeing stuff again. You're looking into refinancing right now? I am not envious of that. Although, I'm not sure what it is you're trying to refinance. I would assume a house? Okay, what am I doing? Yes, global news from a day ago. All 787 Dreamliners should be grounded, according to Boeing whistleblower.
Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
Another Boeing whistleblower sounding the alarm to U.S. lawmakers. Sam Salapore says Boeing's 787 Dreamliner, flown by several airlines, including Air Canada and WestJet, has a potentially fatal flaw, gaps in the fuselage, that could cause the aircraft to break apart midair.
I have serious concerns about the safety of the 787 and 777 aircraft, and I'm willing to take on professional risk to talk about them.
Salapore, a quality engineer still at Boeing, says he raised concerns about the fuselage gaps over 3 years.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect. I was told to shut up. I received physical threats.
Ed Pearson also worked for Boeing and now runs an aviation safety group. He says no one at Boeing has paid the price after 2 fatal MAX 8 crashes overseas and a door plug blowing out on an Alaska airline.
That's what really bugs me, about this whole situation, is that corporations and the people who are in charge of them, the people who use money for stock buybacks instead of for safety, these people don't go to jail. It fucking blows my mind. I mean, part of it has to do with, the lack of liability that corporation structure provides. And it's out of control. Accountability is needed. Not just with this, obviously.
Flight in January.
Unless action is taken and leaders are held accountable, every person stepping aboard a Boeing airplane is at risk.
Boeing is defending the 1,100 787s in service, saying we are fully confident in the 787 Dreamliner. These claims about the structural integrity of the 787 are inaccurate. Lawmakers promise more investigative hearings on this, including a future grilling of Boeing's CEO.
Okay. I'm just going to look at one more video here. This one is from TRT. Boeing under fire.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Under oath, these 4 expert witnesses testified Wednesday to the safety practices and culture at Boeing. Their words of little comfort to frightened flyers.
In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems, pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes.
Salehpour also spoke to a workplace environment that took shortcuts and discouraged speaking out. That culture perhaps contributing to a myriad of safety issues that have plagued Boeing in recent years.
Okay, that's your center. That's your senator. I'm not sure which one you mean, but I'm trying to think who was just in front of me just now. Is it Grassley? No, I don't even know. Yeah, doing too many things over here at once. You know, we're just gonna skip these. We'll deal with this later. I think we're gonna deal with like a bunch of this weekend. Wait, why is this right here? Well, that's very annoying. Not where it should be. This happens at least once a stream where I have put a video in a place I did not intend it for it to be, and then I get mad at it and I say, why'd you do this to me? And stuff like that. Okay. Let's go to this one. I'm gonna skip a few here. Got a freaking 80 video list today. Out of control. And I trimmed it down by like 15 videos. That was my day today. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead to the Zateo video, which is Mehdi Hassan's new podcast. This is from 2 days ago. Don't say you weren't warned. What Trump's first 100 horrific days would look like. Go web go. There we go.
Even on the left, who isn't that concerned by the prospect of a Trump second term, that it won't be that bad, that we survived Trump the first time round, then this next segment is for you. See, I need you to hear me out, and I need you to picture the scene. It's January 20th, 2025, Inauguration Day. You turn on the TV, and Donald J. Trump, with his hand on his own $59.99 God Bless the USA Bible, is being sworn in as 47th President of the United States. Now, the quadruple indicted new president makes his way back to the Oval Office and begins to make America great again. Again. And based on Team Trump's own words, own proud promises, here's how his first 100 days could very well turn out. Let's go. Day 1. Trump begins his dictatorship. Yes, dictatorship. Not my words, his.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day 1. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
But Trump doesn't stop there with the border closing and the drilling. Our new self-proclaimed dictator ends the constitutional guarantee of birthright citizenship for any baby born in the United States. There are, of course, protests like in 2017, but this time, in 2025, in true dictator fashion, Trump invokes the Insurrection Act to put the military on the streets and violently crack down on those protests.
He says, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs.
Okay, but we can survive Trump's only one day as a dictator, right? Not quite. Day 2. Trump moves to pardon and release the January 6 insurrectionists serving time in prison for violently storming the U.S. Capitol 4 years ago.
We'll be looking very, very seriously at full pardons, and I mean full pardons with an apology.
With an apology.
Day 5. Trump reintroduces his Schedule F executive order and this time fires 50,000 federal government employees, replacing them all with MAGA loyalists. Day 7. Trump's new White House press secretary, the unhinged Islamophobe and conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer, announces that the president is nominating her fellow conspiracy theorist, General Michael Flynn, to be defense secretary. Yes, the General Michael Flynn who called for martial law in 2020.
Yep.
Day 15.
And
Trump
if you recall
instructs his
correctly,
brand
he
new Attorney General
also,
Mike Davis
I'm pretty
to
sure
fire.
he also praised Myanmar for the military takeover of the government, if I'm not mistaken.
Prosecutor Jack Smith and throw out all the federal cases against him. And then instead launch spurious investigations into Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and yes, Hillary Clinton. Day 21. Trump calls for General Mark Milley's prosecution and execution. Day 29. Trump's newly confirmed CIA director Kash Patel announces,
we will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you.
Oh, and guess what? They start off with yours truly. Day 33. New AG Davis indicts, detains, and tries to deport me and others. Day 39.
The travel ban is coming back even bigger than before and much stronger than before.
Sorry, Palestinian refugees fleeing war and genocide in Gaza. The Muslim ban is back, and it now includes you too. Oh, and any foreign student supporters of yours in the United States. Day 41.
We will revoke the student visas of radical anti-American and anti-Semitic foreigners at our colleges and universities.
We're all gone, I guess.
Day 45. The president orders authorities to build massive detention camps and raid cities nationwide.
Carry out the
Trump begins laying out the red carpet at the White House for a whole
fucking
host of his
fuck.
foreign buddies. Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Benjamin Netanyahu, Saudi
I just got lost in that one completely. That was a torrent of terrible. And even if it like 20% of that shit happens, fuck me. Oh, God. Garbage v. garbage 2024. Oh, this is going to be a shitty year. Wait, no, positivity in there somewhere. It's spring, everybody. I don't know if you've noticed, but the flowers are coming out and the birds are chirping. Alright, that's it. That's all I got. Okay, let's watch this one. This one, I'm I'm more amused and than I am that I find this important. But this is from like 6 hours ago, from CBS News. Why the Kennedys endorsed Biden over RFK. Oh, this poor guy can't get a break.
Over a dozen members of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s family endorsed President Biden in Philadelphia today. Biden is wrapping up a 3-day swing of the key battleground state. Our Weijia Jiang joins us now from the White House. And Weijia, what signal is the Biden campaign trying to send with these endorsements?
Well, Nicole, I think the very fact that they had this announcement during a huge campaign event in Philadelphia shows how seriously Democrats.
Okay, that's literally all we need from CBS on this one. I just thought it was fucking hilarious that RFK's family endorsed somebody else. I feel like it makes it hard to ride on your family name when your family is like saying "fuck you." Maybe that's just me. Yeah, maybe I'm being too harsh. Being too harsh on all RFK. I don't know why you're doing this to me. Or the vaccine is it takes away your freedom. All right, I'm done. I'm done. That actually hurts to talk like that. Moving on. Okay. Okay, let's look at this one real quickly. Just, I didn't really have super high hopes on this, but here's a piece from 20 hours ago where Arizona Republicans upheld the 1864 abortion law.
Without objection, the House stands at recess.
On Wednesday, Democrats in the Arizona State House failed to repeal a controversial ban on abortion that dates back to 1864 after they couldn't muster Republican support.
The motion to overrule my ruling fails.
Meaning, the Civil War-era measure is poised to become state law once again. The law imposes a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years for anyone found guilty of inducing an abortion except for a doctor who deemed it necessary to save the life of the mother. After a series of votes, the chamber was deadlocked.
Oh my fucking god. This shit is just so annoying. How is it? And it's just annoying to me. And for people who can get pregnant, it's a much more serious thing. I mean, for me, it doesn't actually affect me, right? I'm just upset about it. But for other people, for women, and for people who can get pregnant in Arizona right now, they're now living in the goddamn 19th century, okay? And it, I'm just gonna keep watching a little bit more of this so I can shut up.
30 to 30, with only one Republican joining the 29 Democrats. State Representative and Democrat Alma Hernandez said the world is watching.
There are so many people who are watching right now and watching what Arizona is doing. The fact that we will not even entertain a motion to allow those who have been raped or pregnant by incest to be able to have an abortion
10 seconds.
is extremely, extremely disappointing.
The old law was revived by a state Supreme Court ruling on April the 9th, and unless the legislature intervenes, it could take effect in less than 2 months. Democrats have made clear their intention to put abortion front.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, just trying to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening in as many ways as I possibly can. Fuck, what's next? I got this, Chad, I got this. Keeping it together. This one's hilarious. Okay, you know what, Chad? I might have been wrong about today. Some of this is fucking great and funny as shit. A lot of it's humorific, but this one, I think we can all laugh at a little bit. I'm already laughing just preparing to read the title. Okay, this is from 13 hours ago. CNN reports Trump asks GOP candidates for a cut to use his name. So, in case you're not interpreting the sentence the same way that I am, that means Trump has formally asked all GOP candidates currently running for any office, if they use his name and they're raising funds, he should get a percentage of those funds. Let's listen to this.
Donald Trump's team wants Republican candidates to give them a cut of their fundraising cash. The campaign is telling candidates and committees that if they use the former president's name, image, and likeness to fundraise, they should give at least 5% of what they get to Donald Trump. CNN Steve Contorno is joining me now.
Oh my God.
Basically, you use the name, you pay for it.
Exactly, Sarah. There was a...
If he couldn't full circle the whole mob boss sort of vibe, like if he had all the options in the world, but he picked the best one I've ever heard of.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Sent dated on April 15th from the top officials in Trump's campaign saying, look, if you're going to use Trump's name, likeness, and image, then we should get a chunk of that money that you raise using Trump's image. And they suggested at least 5%. And I say at least 5% because there is this interesting line in the letter that they sent. And let me read it for you now. It says, any split that is higher than 5% will be seen favorably by the Republican National Committee and President Trump.
It'll be seen favorably. He sounds like a literal dictator, dude. He sounds like Kim Jong-un. He's like, oh, if you present me with even more money, it will look well upon you. I can't keep it together right now. Oh my God, chat. This shit is so good. I genuinely hope that somebody in the Republican Party makes a fucking big deal about this. Somebody has got to. Okay, I'm settling down. I'm settling down. It's just too funny. Okay. Holding it together. Wow. He's really running out of money. The dude is scrambling. He's run out of options. How many things has he done now? Crypto, NFTs. Were there cards? I think there were cards, right? There's the shoes, the gold shoes, of course. The Bible now. And at this point, and since selling the Bible didn't work out, now he's resorted to mob tactics, just straight up like, hey, you over there, you thinking about talking about me on that corner over? Well, have I got news for you, pal. You say my name over there, there's gonna be problems if I don't see some sweet cheddar. Alright, I'm done. I'm done with this. Moving on. Moving on to very much more serious fucking things today, honestly. The vibe of the day changed while I was doing research. To be perfectly honest. It started off like a normal day, you know, just an average amount of doom. And then things just got out of hand. How far are we in right now? An hour and 8 minutes. How many videos have I even done? Thank God I skipped those. Okay, what's next? What should we do? It is crazy how much crap he's hawked. He's literally... He's sold everything. I wonder if I skip this stuff. There's just so much shit to deal with today. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go straight to this next one. Trump trial juror dismissed after aspects of her identity were publicized.
On day 3 in the criminal hush money trial of former President Donald Trump, one of the 7 impaneled jurors has already been excused after expressing concerns that aspects of her identity had been compromised. We're getting reports there may be issues with an additional juror. Let's go straight to CNN chief legal analyst Laura Coates in New York for the latest. Laura, what can you tell us?
Look, don't be fooled by the dreary weather behind us. It is hot in that courtroom right now. The judge concerned about the anonymity of the jurors. I'm joined now by Kristen Holmes. Kristen, catch us up. There were 7 jurors that had been impaneled already. We needed 11 more to fill out that 12 plus the 6 alternate jurors. One that's already been seated is saying she can no longer serve.
And she's been dismissed. So now we are back down to 6. They've brought in the 96 panel to come through and go through processing once more. But here's what happened. We know that this juror called the court and essentially said that she was worried about if she could be impartial. She was worried about if she was fit to serve. So she came in this morning, she talked to the judge, and essentially this is what she says, and I want to make sure I get it. She says that she was excused after she told the judge that, quote, aspects of her identity have already been out there in the public. Yesterday alone, she says she had friends, colleagues, and family push things to her phone questioning if she was the juror. She went on to say that she felt intimidated and she wasn't sure that she would be able to serve fairly. But look, this is an overall problem, and we're likely to see this happen again and again with some of these jurors, and that is why they are trying now to take out some of those identifying factors. This is going to be a very high-profile case with a very...
Yeah, Trump attorneys can't be trusted with jury information. I would agree with that, and herein lies one of the fucking problems here. The Trump team, Trump alone, can't keep his fucking mouth shut. But all these people have their fingers on the keyboards, ready to tweet. And, you know, and beyond that, you know, I do not put it past them in the slightest to be using that information to be doxing people, to force them out of the jury. This shit is gonna be fucked up. The fact that this trial is happening in an election year, that it took so long for these things to actually come to court, is going to make this year a fucking insane year. You've already heard a bunch of crazy things from Trump supporters. Okay, moving on. Let's move to this one. House GOP erupts into name-calling and fresh threats to Johnson over effort to pass aid.
This time last year, the last thing Mike Johnson thought he would be right now is Speaker of the House. And this time next week, he may not be once again. Why? Because he is giving in and helping a Democratic ally in its fight against a Russia invasion. He's promising a Saturday vote on $61 billion in aid to Ukraine, plus bills
Jesus
to aid
Christ,
Israel
is
and
it that
Taiwan.
much?
GOP hardliners like Marjorie Taylor Greene call it a betrayal. So can the rookie speaker hang on to that gavel? CNN's Manu Raju is, of course, on Capitol Hill and has been talking to...
Doxing is the least of your worries for the jurors? Not me. I feel like doxing is just the first step in all of the things that I feel like you're referencing. You know, because first you have to be doxed to some degree, right? For people to know who you are, to try and chase you down and do bad things to you, right? At least that's my thinking of it. Maybe I'm not thinking about it the same way you are, but I feel like that's just the first step in people being, you know, being harassed or otherwise.
Everybody on the Hill. Manu, what's the latest?
Yeah, this is a key moment for the Speaker, his future, the House Republican Conference, the House itself, as there's a discussion underway about making it harder to oust a sitting Speaker. Of course, we saw the House being thrown into chaos last fall after the ouster of Kevin McCarthy, first time ever that happened in United States history. And now hardliners are threatening to do it again with Mike Johnson. Marjorie Taylor Greene leading the charge on that effort and warning that she may move ahead. Now, this is all, as this is playing out behind the scenes, there's an active discussion about changing the rules of the House to make it harder to oust a sitting Speaker, raising the
So yeah, that would be interesting. And we'll see what happens with that. I honestly don't know how much I care about that the senatorial or congressional process, if you will. And I just think it's funny because it will take away one of Republicans, like, at least in recent history, like one of their favorite things to do. Like whenever they run out of things to actually do in government, because they don't like doing stuff in government, because that's kind of the opposite of their whole strategy. Unless it's abortion or making sure everybody has guns, it's like kind of unnecessary in their minds. Oh, and funding the military. I almost forgot. But, you know, once they start, like, running out of stuff to do, it's always their next go-to. It's, the reason Congress isn't doing anything for people is because of the Speaker. And so they'll just continuously, you know, these days, it's just, I don't know how many speakers there have been, but it's been insane. It's been fucking insane over the last, what, like 8, 12 even years, I would say. Wait, actually, was somebody ousted during Obama's presidency? Maybe not. I might be going over my bounds here. Anyway, let's move on to this next one, just for a little fun. See, I was having fun when I was doing this at one point earlier today, and then things just went awry. Okay, this is from the Good Liars. So we're just gonna watch the Good Liars, at least part of this video. The Good Liars are at the Greensboro Trump rally. Let's see what all these Trump people have to say. Probably very intelligent and well thought through things and ideas.
And it's a shame. It's a shame.
Oh, goddamn it.
And I'm sitting here for days now. Illegal. From morning till night in that freezing room. Freezing.
Forgot about
Everybody
this.
was freezing in there. And all for this. And this is your result. Look at that. Each one of them a story. It's very unfair. Very bad thing. Very bad.
Very bad. The very worst thing anybody's ever seen in the entire world. Okay, now let's do this.
Illegal.
What are your thoughts on how Joe Biden has handled the last 3 years?
Come on, man, they suck. I mean, he sucks. Plain and simple.
What's the worst thing that he's done? What's a bad thing that Joe Biden has done?
Yeah.
Where do I start, man?
Yeah, it's a good.
Really?
Yes, anywhere.
Come on, give me something, y'all. Come here. Come on, give me something.
It is so telling of the Republican mind, the experience of being a Trump supporter right now. They don't have any. They hate Joe Biden, but they don't know. They can't explain it. It's inexplicable. He's just so hateable. They, you know. Hey, buddy, I need you. I need you real quick.
Something bad that Joe's done.
What are your thoughts on gay marriage?
I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in gay marriage?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Is it important to have a couple drinks before you hear Donald Trump
This guy's
speak?
a genius.
Either way to us, but we love Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We love Donald Trump, and we think he got
shitted.
When you say that phrase to me, I immediately I put you in a certain category of people. I'm not gonna lie. If you say it's not Adam and Eve, it's Adam and Steve, or the opposite. I'm sorry. Whatever. If you use that phrase unironically, like this man just did, you're definitely gonna go into a box for me of people whose media literacy stopped at Limbaugh or started with Limbaugh and ends with Carlson. You know, that's your freaking lane, pal. You don't even drift from it. It's just it's pretty telling.
Out of the 2020 election.
What do you think happened in the 2020 election?
I think that he won.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
And his own attorney general found no evidence of widespread voter fraud. What do you think about that?
I don't know, but we feel like with
I
the
don't
amount of
know,
votes he
man.
got, the most ever in an incumbent president, that he won. I don't feel like Joe Biden got 81 million votes.
Yeah,
Is that
he's
what he
feeling stuff.
And Obama, there's no doubt Obama
in
had
the thing
a movement.
in the moved.
Obama had a movement.
Left and then it was right.
I'm not denying he had a movement, but
And then up and
Donald
down.
Trump had a movement also.
Yep.
Joe Biden's not.
And then
Obama.
And then
A lot of Democrats
exactly.
were voting for Joe Biden because he
Oh, this
won
guy's
Trump. I think that was the movement. It was
brilliant.
But not
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
And how many beers you had today?
3.
Are those Keystones?
3 beers?
Oh no, those are Michelob Ultras, aren't they? I can't tell. It looks like a Michelob.
Well, this, Tucker?
Yeah.
He's my hero. And then right under it says stop liberal intolerance.
Vladimir
Jesus
Putin were running
fucking
against Joe Biden for president. Who would you vote for?
People.
For our country? That's a hard question. Probably Putin.
It is?
Yeah, I don't think Putin's as bad as people want to.
You would vote for Vladimir Putin?
I would.
I'd vote
Over
for
Biden?
Vladimir
Hell yeah.
Putin.
You would vote for Vladimir Putin for president of the United States?
Putin wants to
Fucking
go back
people.
to good morality.
Oh God.
He doesn't allow all this crap
Vladimir
about
Putin
genders
loves
and
morality. Did he just say? Did she
pronouns
just
crap.
say that to me?
Did you have to do with Tucker Carlson welcoming Vladimir Putin?
No. I say we need to get out of the Ukraine Russia
Get
thing.
out
let
of
them
it.
work it out.
Yeah.
You would
okay.
vote for Vladimir Putin over Joe Biden for president of the United States?
I would. I'd
this
rather
lady.
have a corrupt Russian than a corrupt Biden.
Well, there you have it.
What does the shirt say?
Trader Joe's, everything's for sale.
And what does that mean?
It means we got a worthless president and don't care about the people. He's wanting money.
Yeah. In what respect?
Well, just the shady business dealings that he's had to do with
All
his
them
son,
shady
and,
business dealings.
he sniffs kids, so you know.
And he's a
there's
kid
whole lot of problems
sniffer.
that we talk about.
Are you talking about his son-in-law getting the $2 billion deal from Saudi Arabia?
Well, that Hunter, you know, all the stuff with Burisma and things like that.
I haven't heard the word Burisma in so long.
$2 billion.
That was a deep fucking dive. How long has it been since anybody here heard the words Burisma or the word Burisma? That's amazing. This guy.
If Biden's name's attached to it, I'm pretty sure it's shady.
Okay. But no, that's Jared Kushner. That's Trump's son-in-law.
Yeah.
That may be.
He does
I'm
shady.
not real up on
that
that,
Jared Kushner. He's actually right about. He was accidentally correct about that. He was accidentally correct about something, and then when he realized he was accidentally correct, he was like, "No, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong about that. Actually, I take it back. Jared Kushner is a hero, and I love him very much. I would accept. He could bang my wife. I wouldn't be upset."
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
I believe in the law.
I don't want reality.
So you're a law and order guy.
Well, I mean, yeah. If we don't have rules, what you got? Chaos.
I have to ask, Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud, $385 million.
Yep.
So?
Law and order.
I'm not electing a priest.
I know, but does that bother you that he was found guilty of that, being a law and order person?
Well, compared to what?
I'm saying he did a thing that was very illegal. He owes hundreds of millions of dollars. You're a law and order guy. Does that bother you?
Well,
He really just had. He completely just spaces out there, and I loved it. It It makes me feel so warm and fuzzy inside. Okay, we're going to move on, but you should all check out the rest of that video. It's honestly hilarious. We don't have a lot of time for humor today, so we're going to watch less of that than I was expecting to. We're going to move right on here. Environment. Let's do environment stuff. Okay. First one. Associated Press from 15 hours ago. Many Gulf oil spill cleanup workers left with little compensation for health issues.
Already, this oil spill is the worst environmental disaster America has ever faced.
We cannot rest, and we will not rest, until BP permanently seals the wellhead and until they clean up every drop of oil.
We've got essentially an Army, a Navy, and an Air Force mobilized here. We've got 25,000 people working on this spill today.
You know, I had all this stuff. I got all these cases. You know, a lot of people will talk.
Despite a massive court settlement with BP, many of these workers have been left sick and stranded without help years later.
We were directly affected by the chemicals. We were directly sprayed by the chemicals. When we leaned over the bow of our boat and picked up oil-filled pom-poms and absorbent pads and filled them into bags, we were saturated with oil from one end to the other. My boat was saturated with oil from one end to the other. We were told by BP that it was as safe as Dawn dish soap.
Moss may be the only sick worker to receive a BP settlement.
I have asthma attacks.
Sorry, hold
basic, minor,
on. Injuries through an individual lawsuit.
Well, it's close up to 8 pages now. I have asthma attacks doing basic, minor, small things now. I'm not sure where I'm at. I'm not sure
so
what's going to
quiet.
happen, but I am sure I haven't seen the end of it.
Thousands of lawsuits filed by workers seeking compensation for health problems have been dismissed.
It
Disgusting.
feels like you have a real heavy chest at times. Breathing gets difficult. It's kind of like you have a cold all the time. And I was told that the case was closed and they didn't see where there was any liability at all as far as I was concerned.
Attorneys for the workers said the major hurdle was something I didn't read fast enough because I was reading chat. The major hurdle was trying to prove in court that a specific illness is caused by chemical exposure.
You still have to be able to show that it was more likely than not that.
Now, what's completely fucked about all this is that not only did they start paying people and, told them that a chemical was safe that wasn't safe, that's causing them health issues later on, and that they're not being held responsible for it. All these companies need to be held so much more responsible for their actual impact on the environment. Okay, buying carbon credits isn't gonna undo everything they've ever done. That's just one thing. It's one in a long list of things that need to fucking happen in regards to these sorts of things. And I looked it up. $23 million was dispersed by BP in this settlement. There's like a class action in that individual, and in total, I think it was $23 million were distributed, which is a tiny fraction of what BP makes on a yearly basis. Okay, I looked it up. I'm probably gonna have to look it up again because I got distracted today and didn't do my job super good. But BP revenue 2023. So BP had $213 billion in revenue in the year 2023. So $23 million in $213 billion is like 0.01%. 0.01%? I think it might be 0.01%. Either way, it's a fucking insulting fraction of how much money that is being generated by BP's business, right? And sure, that's the revenue, but if you look at the profit, it's the same freaking thing. I think they made like $20 billion last year. The difference between 20 billion and 20 million, you know, it's enormous. And the fact that they aren't taking care of people who they have harmed and paying for the cost to the environment and all these other sorts of things is fucking deplorable. Moving on. Let's go to Kenya. Okay, this is a video from Wyon from 6 days ago. Floods cause severe destruction in Kenya. I don't know how I missed this. I feel like we should have watched this 6 days ago, but we didn't. But this is a developing story.
Heavy rains and flooding in Kenya have caused severe destruction in several parts of the country. Local media reports have put the death toll from flooding in recent days at 11, with over 2,000 people displaced. Emergency services rescued passengers who were trapped in a bus. The bus with over 50 people was swept away by floods on a busy highway in northern Kenya.
Jesus.
The driver had attempted to cross a flooded section of the road when the bus got stuck in mud and surrounded by raging waters. The Kenya Red Cross said that all passengers have been rescued in the nearly 10-hour-long mission. 2 of his boats are out to rescue other commuters who remain stranded on the flooded road. Torrential rains have left the Garissa-Nairobi highway heavily flooded. Hours before the incident, Kenya's roads agency had announced the closure of a section of the highway because of flooding. Over the last week, the East African nation has witnessed heavy rains that are forecast to continue.
The floods have destroyed everywhere.
Oh, I thought it was over.
They have no place to pass. Some houses have been demolished, rice fields destroyed, and some people cannot get to their homes and have opted to put up elsewhere because of the rain. You cannot tell the difference between the road and a rice field. Everything is destroyed.
Now, Kenya's meteorological department has asked people to prepare for floods and warned that the country is set to experience very high rainfall.
Okay. Yeah, that situation happened, I think, days before what happened in the UAE. I think it might have been the same storm system that caused these 2 floods. Let's move on to this is from 16 hours ago now. Kenyan floods leave thousands homeless.
Thousands have been left homeless by heavy rains that have swept across much of Kenya. Aid agencies say nearly 3,000 households have been displaced since the start of rainy season at the end of March, and that at least 13 people have died. In Kirinyaga County, resident Bernard Gitaiga said 1 woman had died there on Wednesday while attempting to cross a flooded bridge.
We were on the search the whole day until this late afternoon, late morning, when we found her within the bed of the river.
The rains are...
Okay. Yeah, and it's not the only footage we've seen of people who are currently living in situations where they have to walk through the waist-high water to carry water to their family. And it's not just in Africa, it's in Southeast Asia, it's in, it's in a bunch of places. And I know I made the joke before, and I know there's no real way to do this, but I wish we could get the water where it's not supposed to be, or where we don't want it, to the places that we need it. But I still haven't come up with a good way for that to be done on a mass scale. It's just a failing of mine. Okay, moving on to another flood. I forgot about Russia. It was looking me directly in the face when I was trying to list floods. Russian villagers build homemade dam to keep out floods. Going south.
As floods engulfed large parts of central Russia, residents of one village ignored advice to flee their homes. Instead, they built a homemade dike, a barrier similar to a dam that acts as a water blockade to save their houses from record-high floods. Drone footage shows the embankment had prevented floodwater from inundating homes. Last week, authorities in Orenburg City called on thousands of residents to evacuate immediately due to rapidly rising floodwaters. A group of 20 to 30 locals here then started constructing the Wall of Earth, which now stretches for over 4,700 feet. Ivan Chernomorets is
It's almost a
one
mile
of them.
long.
He lives in Perovsky, near the city of Orenburg.
Good God.
Так как на этом месте была небольшая естественная.
As there was a small natural earthen terrace at this location, we started reinforcing it. In the beginning, we used the engineering machines you see behind my back, belonging to the local residents.
Человек, несколько единиц техники, которые вот, кстати, за
Okay. This is from 6 hours ago, where even more evacuations were ordered in Russia as river levels continue to rise. This, for me, it was shocking. When I heard this, I was floored, because I assumed when we saw this story earlier, what was it, Saturday or something like that, when it happened, Friday or Saturday, I assumed that it was going to be a one and done flood, right? And it was it was going to recede. But the river levels, which are contributing to this flooding, are getting higher. And there's, I think, already 150,000 people have been evacuated. Oh man, this footage makes it really clear just how flooded it is getting. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Okay. What's next? What is this one? Okay, oh yeah. Okay, this is like a slightly cute, I guess you might say. Let's just watch it. But this is some footage from the Dubai flood that we've been talking about for the last, what was it, like last couple days, I guess. And this is a cat being saved. This poor cat. Just holding on for dear life. Oh, but look, immediately gets up and like looks out the boat. It's like, okay, this is actually dope. Thank you. Okay, I just thought we deserved a little bit of something, you know, chat. Considering everything going on, I felt we all deserved it. Okay, what is next? Oh, we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Just got a few videos about this situation from a couple different perspectives. Let's go to this next one. disaster zone, quote unquote, Dubai residents grapple with the aftermath of historic rainstorm.
More than 100 people have died from flash flooding near the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Southwest of there, Dubai is trying to dry out from its own historic storm. More than a year and a half's worth of rain fell on the city within 24 hours. It swamped major roads and brought Dubai's airport to a standstill, where some passengers are stranded without a flight for more than a day. Now, the flooding has killed at least 2 people in the United Arab Emirates.
It was absolutely horrendous. It's the worst I've ever seen it in Dubai. And we've seen some bad storms in the past, but this was like nothing else. It was like an alien invasion. The sky just kept on flashing thunder, non-stop, almost non-stop. I've never seen so much rain in all my life. Things were starting to wash down the street. Where I live, I'm okay. I've just escaped, literally only just, but I had to wait to my car. But only 100 meters down from me, they are under 1 meter of water. I woke up the other morning to people in kayaks with pet dogs, pet cats, suitcases, all outside my house, because that's where the flood ends, all having to move to hotels. I've got friends who have had to move to hotels. It's a disaster. It's actually a disaster.
Okay. And one more. This is, I want to go home, quote unquote. Passengers stranded by Dubai's extreme flooding. Damn, that's a lot of people. After extreme rainfall wreaked havoc on flights in and out of the city. I think I read half of that. Passenger jets were stranded for hours in deep water, causing long queues for delayed flights.
It's a total difficult situation. I want to go home. There are hundreds and thousands of other passengers just like me in this airport who have been waiting for 10 hours, 16 hours, some even for 24 to 30 hours. People are just lying around in the airport. There is not enough seats and chairs to, let them sit even.
Space Ghost anniversary, yes. Well, I've taken up the torch in a slightly different way. I've filled the void, if you will. Alright, what is next? You appreciated the kitty video? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Gabby. I am glad to hear that. His interviews are hilarious. It's very true. I do interviews too. And I'm not saying I stole that from him. But I do the interviews. Alright, what am I doing next? Oh. Okay. A massive fucking volcano imploded, creating, I believe, well, you'll see. There's a massive crater has been formed in Indonesia after Mount Ruang erupted, sparking tsunami fears as hundreds evacuate. This is from 22 hours ago. Indonesian authorities have issued a tsunami after volcanic eruption.
Yo.
Who have I interviewed? Hold on. You don't remember who I've interviewed? First off, we interviewed, what was the name of the whale? I can't even remember what the name of the whale was now. And I feel terrible about that. But we interviewed a representative of the orcas, and then I interviewed Dr. Dumbo Elefanti, the third, after the elephant attack. Yeah, and we after the many. Remember when the sailboats were getting attacked by the orcas? We talked to. It might have been just like Free Willy. I can't remember what their name was. Was it? It might have been Shamu. Actually, you're right. I think Bad Lefty might be right. It might have been Shamu. Jonah. Honestly, all these names are probably better than whatever I picked. Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm a great interviewer. I know I'm not as produced. I don't have 3 people on my show, right? I need 2 people to be as good as Space Ghost, right? It's just me in the space station, all alone. If I had a sidekick and a guy in the background to do some stuff, maybe I'd be more productive. Okay, chat? Maybe if there was less doom, I could focus on these sorts of things. It's not my fault how much doom there is in the world. I refuse to take responsibility for that. Alright, moving on. Let's actually watch this. Mount Ruang in North Sulawesi province. Holy shit, that moved fast. Why must you make me read out loud that fast? Mount Ruang in North Sulawesi province has been erupting for several days, forcing hundreds to evacuate their homes. Officials worry that part of the volcano could collapse into the sea and cause a tsunami, as happened in 1871. Residents of Tagulandang Island are again at risk, and are being told to evacuate. Oh my god. The alert level for the volcano was raised on Wednesday evening from 3 to 4, the highest level in the 4-tiered system. Holy shit. You see the lightning? That is insane. Oh my god. I didn't actually get to watch that video before this. Alright, moving on. That was tough. That was difficult to do. Phew. That was some fast reading. It's much easier to read fast in your brain. When you do it out loud, especially when you haven't read it before, it is difficult. Okay, Indonesia. This is... Actually, we'll skip this one. We don't need this. We need to move on. Brazil. We talked about Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Now, Brazil is bracing for the worst ever coral bleaching event. This is from a day ago from Global News. Scientists monitoring coral reefs in Brazil say this year is on track to be the worst bleaching on record. Extreme warm waters have damaged reefs in the country's largest marine reserve. We are observing the situation of coral bleaching. Very intense bleaching. We're here in the Costa dos Correia in Japaratinga, and unfortunately, oh my god. I hate when they switch languages on me. It always kills me. It always kills me. We are observing the situation of coral bleaching, very intense bleaching. We're here in the Costa dos Correia environmental protection area in Japaratinga, and unfortunately, maybe 80% and maybe a little bit more is bleaching. For every 100 colonies of coral, we imagine over 80% of them are bleached. 80%. That's worse. That's worse than Australia. That's worse than Australia. 80 said 50. Not 80 said 50. Australia said 50% were in danger. This guy is saying 80%. Now I don't know if that's an exaggeration or if they've actually done the research. This is the first time I'm hearing about Brazil's coral reefs. Is it the first time, actually? Maybe not. Might very well be 80%. I don't know. But aside from the environmental destruction, the mass bleaching threatens the region's tourism and fishing revenues. Well, that should be the least of our worries right now. Revenues?
E até fiquei pensando, eu escolhi trabalhar numa área, né, que daqui a poucos anos eu acho que não.
I kept thinking I chose to work in an area that in a few years I don't think will exist anymore.
Existir mais, né? Então tava até fiquei um mergulho inteiro assim.
During the whole night, I kept thinking, what a sad thing.
Coisa triste, né? Então fiquei bastante triste assim.
I was very sad, very hurt by an
Magoado,
environment
né?
in which
Assim,
you're
ambiente,
watching
você
people
vendo
leave and
ambiente indo
die.
embora, né? E morrendo.
That is very sad. It's very, very fucking sad. Sometimes I wish I spoke Portuguese. Okay. 80%, that's nearly as bad as Michael Jackson. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Chad, this is serious, okay? 80% is fucking so bad. It is so bad. Like, we need to do something yesterdoodle. I say it every day. And yesterdoodle's becoming yesterdoodle. But, you know, we cannot keep just spitting hydrocarbons into the atmosphere at the rate we're doing. Oh, God. Anyway, moving on. Do we watch this one right now? Where are we at? Yeah, we're gonna finish the environmental stuff before I take a break. Okay. This one I found slightly frustrating. But seemed like whatever, like a kind of decent halfway break on thinking too hard. But this is a little article from CBC News. Your garden's carbon footprint may be not as small as you think.
When you think of activities with a big carbon footprint, urban farming probably isn't what comes to mind. But a recent study published in Nature found that the carbon footprint of food from urban agriculture is actually 6 times greater than conventional agriculture. And there's one big reason why.
The primary contributor to the carbon footprint on our sites that we studied was actually the infrastructure that was invested in growing food.
The good news is that there are plenty of ways to reduce your carbon footprint, starting with what you put in your garden.
It is really important to try to find reused or reclaimed materials to invest in the garden because that becomes a really important part of the carbon footprint.
It's the original raised bed gardening. You don't need to build a box.
Clint Porritt is the coordinator of Star Garden. It's an organic garden that incorporates sustainable practices as much as possible.
We're kind of returning to kind of old school practices of gardening. And so it's a deep mulch, no-till garden.
That means instead of digging into the soil, each vegetable bed starts with cardboard.
Like just drench this until it's like soggy, you know. On top of the wood chip, we just put straw.
Anyway, just saying, you know, try and reuse things. Don't rush out to buy planters and things or whatever, because it's all made with oil. At least a lot of it is. But, you know, it is, it's not going to solve what we need to solve, right? It's just I just thought it was something that, because I had never considered it, but then when I started thinking about it, like, you go to Home Depot, all the planters are just made with oil, you know, so it just seemed like a, what do you call it? A nice not think about it too hard, this is not a big deal sort of video. Let's move on to this one, which is slightly bigger of a deal. Channel 4 News from 9 hours ago. Scottish government ditches climate change targets.
So today, as First Minister of Scotland,
I am declaring that there is a climate emergency and Scotland will live up to our responsibility to tackle it.
Nicola Sturgeon promoted Scotland as a world leader when it came to cutting carbon emissions. When the COP26 climate summit rolled into Glasgow, the former First Minister was front and centre.
Hi. Hiya. How are you? I'm Rishi.
When Rishi Sunak rode back on his climate pledges last year, her successor Humza Yousaf was having none of it.
I frankly cannot believe that there's such political abdication of responsibility from the Prime Minister in the face of this crisis. It's unforgivable.
But fast forward to this afternoon and the rhetoric wasn't matching up with the reality. First Minister, is it unforgivable what you're doing on climate change?
Yes.
Do you look like a Tory follower rather than a world leader today? In a major climb down, a key target to cut greenhouse gases by 75% by 2030 is getting dumped for being beyond what was achievable. But the First Minister told Parliament he's accelerating efforts to reach net zero.
This kind of shit is totally fucking us, okay? Governments shifting the goalposts because, quote-unquote, it's unachievable is always just a way of saying the capitalists don't like this plan. This isn't working, you know, we can't get involved in making this happen ourselves, right? And it's very fucking annoying.
In the longer term,
there is no intention to roll back from that 2045 date in order for us to reach net zero. In order for us to reach net zero, of course, 5 years ahead of the UK government.
Only Humza Yousaf could believe slamming the brakes is an acceleration, because that's what they're doing this afternoon.
If this felt embarrassing for the SNP, spare a thought for the Scottish Greens, who have a power-sharing deal with the Scottish Government. Should Scottish Greens be resigning their government posts over this?
No.
Why?
Because what we're determined to achieve is the accelerated programme of action that the First Minister has just said is necessary. That's what I think we need to look.
Aren't you betraying your voters, though? What's the point of having Greens in government if you can't stop things like this happening?
The point of having Greens in government is to accelerate climate action, and that's exactly what we're doing.
No, it's the opposite of what they're doing. Oh, God. We don't make plastics and put everything in them. It's our fault. Is it our fault for buying them? I'm not blaming you for buying them, you know? But me personally, I still tend to think that, like, what do you call it? Like, collectively, right? If people do make collective decisions, the effect is always more than individual actions, right? But I still do things that I tend to think are more ethical or more responsible, rather than not, right? That's just my sort of go-to. I at least attempt to. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Not even close. Not even close.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Just kidding. Okay, what's next? Okay. Just gonna quickly move through some of this shit. This is two different videos from the AP, from footage from the G7 in Italy, where the 7 largest economies in the world had their foreign ministers meet. Jesus Christ. How is David Cameron still a thing? It's hilarious to me. I feel like nobody asked for it, aside from David Cameron. This one right here is... These guys gotta stay away from the fucking ice cream, okay? Anthony Blinken, if you're listening to this right now, okay? CIA or whomever, you gotta tell Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden to stay away from the fucking ice cream, okay? It's just not a good look right now. while people are still starving in Gaza, these guys should pretend that ice cream doesn't exist. Okay, I'm just giving tips, free tips today.
Let's see.
This piece of shit. That's it. That's it. But seriously, though, come on. No, seriously. No Democrat should ever eat ice cream again. Didn't work for Pelosi, although she deserves... They all deserve it, right? But I guess my point is that ice cream is somehow their worst... That's not even... I can't come up with a way to describe it, because the second I start describing it, I'm like, no, it's not their worst. But it's this so tone deaf sort of thing while everything is happening in Gaza, let alone other places that have been touched by American hegemony. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Okay. I just realized I gave you a bunch of videos. Well, not for free, but just kind of went through my break here. Okay, hold on, chat. Streamlord needs a self-care break. Yeah, this pool feels nice. If you want to dip in the pool with me, well, guess what? You very well can. By becoming a Galactic patron, where, by using your Patreon benefits, you too could take a dip in this pool. This isn't free? It's free. No, it's free. This is all free. You're right. But that part isn't free. Drinks are free, but literally, you could have your picture in this pool. Or something else. For instance, Ernest Borgnine here in the corner. He is a contribution by your Galactic producers, who for just a few dollars a month became even more Galactic. Even more Galactic benefits await at the clicking of that link. Hold out for the hot tub. Wow. Wow.
Are you not entertained?
Wow, so rude. Nobody wants to hang in. Okay, well, fine. You guys, you can build your own hot tub, okay? I don't know what you have against Ernest Borgnine and me. Gas is going up around you right now, Morbius? Would you say it was in the last hour and a half or 2 hours? Okay, I'm actually taking my break. I'll be back.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
This is very relaxing, chat. It's nice chilling poolside with you.
I don't want reality.
You're gonna float around? I approve.
Come on!
Follow the rich white man.
Okay, moving on with global news. What do we got? Okay, we got ahead of where I should have stopped, so we're here now. After Blinken buying ice cream that he should not be buying. This is from France 24 from 8 hours ago. France seizes seaside villa belonging to Putin's ex-wife.
Now, the Kremlin has reacted angrily after it emerged that the French authorities had seized a villa in the southern coastal town of Anglet. Well, that property allegedly belongs to a Russian businessman who happens to be the new partner of President Putin's ex-wife. France 24's Selena Sykes tells us more.
A €5.4 million villa on France's southwest coast, seized by French authorities. The property belongs to Russian businessman Artur Ochiretny, the partner of President Vladimir Putin's ex-wife Lyudmila Ochiretnaya. Prosecutors said on Wednesday that it had been seized in December last year as part of an investigation into money laundering. The seizure, announced by the Kremlin on Thursday, is one of many, as the result of Western sanctions after Moscow invaded Ukraine in February 2022. The most high-profile to make the headlines are oligarchs' super yachts. This one worth €530 million, owned by businessman Andriy Melinchenko, was targeted by Italian authorities 2 years ago. Once property is seized, governments face a more difficult question: what to do with them. Prosecutors have to prove that assets were part of a crime to take ownership and
That shit looks like a fucking, like it should be in a sci-fi movie.
Proceeds, sparking court battles that could last for years. And detaining yachts doesn't come cheap. The US government recently revealed that it's spending more than $7 million a year to maintain this.
Like, I don't recall there being boats in Dune, but if there were, it would be that boat. Well, not that one, but the one before it. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Let's listen to the Italian foreign minister, who's very concerned with Middle East escalation and the Ukrainian situation.
We are friends of Israel. We are against the attack.
Aren't I a good guy?
Against Israel. Very good reaction on our defense. But this is a victory for Israel. Now we need to work hard for a de-escalation.
Fuck that guy. Friends of Israel. Okay, pal. Friends of genocide. Okay. Now we're making Putin jokes in chat? Okay, I see where we're going. Let's look at this one from 9 hours ago. Al Jazeera English. German far-right politician on trial for alleged use of banned Nazi slogan.
Björn Höcke used the slogan "Everything for Germany" at a campaign rally ahead of the 2020 election. The same phrase was used by the SA, the so-called stormtroopers of the Nazi party, who carved it into their knives during the Third Reich. Höcke, who is the AfD party leader in Thuringia, has officially been classified as a right-wing extremist by German intelligence and is under surveillance. In response to his trial, Höcke wrote on the social media platform X that Germany is...
This guy... I don't want to stereotype, but this guy looks like a Nazi.
...prosecuting political opponents and suppressing free speech. Outside the court, protesters vehemently disagree
and not like the new version. Yeah, I mean like the old school version.
...with him and welcomed the trial.
To make sure that this is nothing that we will accept in our society, no matter what. It's not only remembering, it's also to set boundaries. We learned from history that fascists don't need the majority. They only need a certain amount of people or a certain percentage to destroy the democratic system.
Even though it's important that everyone can express themselves the way.
And Germans know that one best. Let's be real. They're really real. Honestly, like that that does disturb me sometimes, that fact. What just happened?
They want. It's also important to be respectful of each other, and especially to have very specific rules about what we think is acceptable.
The AfD are polling as the largest party in former East German states such as Thuringia. Nationally, it is supported by nearly 1 in 5 Germans. Millions of people took to the streets across the country after it was revealed the AfD was involved in a secret meeting discussing deportations of immigrants. It slid in the polls after that. German law doesn't provide an official list with banned Nazi slogans, so it's up to the courts to decide. But there are phrases that have previously led to convictions, such as Heil Hitler, one people, one empire, one leader.
Okay, we're not gonna listen to all those, chat. But I think you get the point. German people are having their own right-wing problems right now, and they're going old school, which is I don't think any of us should be a fan of that idea. Let's avoid that at all costs. Moving on, G7 summit. Ukraine urges nations to supply more air defense against Russian attacks.
Today I came here mainly to speak about providing Ukraine with more air defense systems and missiles, and G7 has the capacity to do it. G7 has been making some extraordinary decisions. G7 is interested in defending the world that Ukraine defends against Russian attack. So all we have to do is to, make things happen.
On the following days, concrete decisions has to be taken in order to send to Ukraine more air defense. Otherwise, the electricity system of Ukraine will be destroyed. And no country can fight without having electricity. We cannot only rely on the US. We have to take our responsibility. And stop saying, oh, they will do. We have to do. We have pet.
Okay. I think that's, well, maybe listen to we have more to listen to from this guy later, so I'll move on from this. Moving on to China quickly here, and Asia in general. This is from 21 hours ago from the Associated Press. China's Wang Yi visits Indonesia criticizes U.S. over UN Gaza resolution. Recently, the Security Council, for the first time, passed Resolution 2728, which requires an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This time, the U.S. did not stand to, or dare to stand in opposition to international morality, and chose to abstain. However, the U.S. claimed that this resolution was not binding. This statement by the U.S. shocked the world, and once again exposed the hegemonic mentality of the U.S. In the eyes of the U.S., international law seems to be a tool that can be used whenever it finds useful. We all have concerns about the situation developing in the Middle East. We share the same view regarding the importance of all parties to exercise restraint and de-escalation, and I explained the diplomatic efforts that Indonesia has made so far, and I'm sure that China will use its influence to prevent escalation. We'll see about that, but I would like to believe that that will be the case. Anybody, honestly, literally anybody who can de-escalate the situation, I'll give you the torch. Like, we're not doing it, you know. UK's not doing it. You just heard the Israeli foreign minister. We're friends of Israel. That does not help de-escalate things by continuing to publicly claim that they're your friends. For fuck's sake. That's not satire. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, I see what you're talking about. MTG added an amendment to Ukraine for space lasers? Did she really? She really added an amendment for space lasers? Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Oh my god. You're shitting me. Oh my god. This is from Business Insider. Marjorie Taylor Greene filed an amendment to a $26.38 billion Israel aid bill that would divert some of that funding toward, quote-unquote, the development of space laser technology on the southwest border of the United States. Oh, no. Oh, God. She's a cartoon of herself. I swear to God. Okay. You know what we need at this point? We need like a laser. I need like a laser beam sound shot. Just for MTG. Because she references laser beams every couple of months. Okay. For fuck's sake. Okay, moving on. Hindu nationalism is now mainstream, thanks to Modi's decade in power. This is a short piece from the Associated Press from 12 hours ago.
Mr. Modi's ultimate goal is to strengthen Hindu nationalistic politics more and more and more, and eventually reach a stage when ideological contestation ceases in India and there is no opposition to any of the programmatic initiatives of the government. I would say that barring for economic issues, Mr. Modi is completely an RSS person. His entire politics, his entire programs which he's pursued as Prime Minister, they've all been motivated by the RSS thinking and the RSS ideology.
Nationalism abroad and at home are genuinely becoming more and more problematic as it's gaining traction to some degree with people. I don't know why, but it does seem to be the case. When I figure it out, I'll tell you. We'll let you know. Okay, now we are moving on to the Middle East in full. And starting this off, we are going to look at a bunch of stuff that's actually close to home. We're going to start off with a bunch of the protests that have been happening over the last 24 hours, including at Colombia and other places. So this first video is actually footage from inside Congress. Ilhan Omar grills Columbia University President Damat Shafiq about protests on campus. This is from 18 hours ago.
I wanted to get a clarification earlier. One of my colleagues asked you, have you seen anti-Muslim protests on campus?
I have seen, we have had pro-Israeli demonstrations on campus.
No.
But
just
not
a protest that was against Muslims.
No, I have
you
not
seen one against Arabs?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Palestinians?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Jewish people? Have you seen a protest saying we are against Jewish people?
No, I have seen.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. There has been a rise in targeting and harassment against anti-war protesters because it's been pro-war and anti-war protesters is what it seems like, correct?
Correct. There has been.
Thank you. Activists on campus, including Jewish students, Black,
brown,
Arab, and Muslim students. How many of the organizations that were canceled in Colombia involved Jewish students?
One of the organizations is called Jewish Voices for Peace.
Yes. And encompassed of Jewish students?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was there's been a recent attack on the democratic rights of students across the country. I was appalled to learn that in April, Colombia suspended and evicted 6 students for their involvement in the pro-Palestinian panel event on campus. It happened that all 6 students were arbitrarily targeted after the university brought in a team of private and former police investigators.
People's lives are being affected negatively for just doing the right thing right now in this world. That's the world we live in. You know, that's where
These
we're at.
investigators harassed, intimidated Palestinian students at their homes, demanding to see students' private text messages and sent threatening emails to the leaders of those pro-Palestinian groups. I would like to ask you to speak a little bit more to this situation and ask you if you guys have utilized private former police investigators before, or is this the first time?
So this was a very serious case. We had students who on an online
If you could shorten your answer, that would be really appreciated.
Of course, who invited people who were inciting violence, and that is unacceptable. And so we needed to get to the bottom of it, and so that's why we brought private investigators along with notifying
How
the
secure
FBI.
were you, these students that you evicted and suspended were involved? Did you do any investigation? Was there a hearing?
They refused to cooperate with the investigation, and so until they do so, they are suspended.
Okay, thank you. And then in January, there was
For fuck's sake.
There was an incident involving students.
There will be zero. It's a prediction. There will be zero right wingers who come out against this stuff. You know, and they're the ones who are always complaining about free speech on campus being dead. Well,
That were protesting, that were attacked with a toxic chemical substance, leaving many hospitalized. A lot of them did not receive support from the school administrators. Can you speak to what is happening with the investigation, if you all are cooperating, and why weren't the students provided any support after they've experienced that attack?
So this is still with the police, and as far as we know, we think it was an odorous substance, and we did reach out to all of those students who said they were affected. Many of them didn't want support. We also
It took you guys more than 4 days to reach out to students.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Okay, will you
actually.
respond, give me a written response with the fact that you...
okay. Now we're going to move on to basically more of the same, but in much greater detail. This is from Democracy Now! From 14 hours ago. The new McCarthyism. Congress grills Columbia University president amid crackdown on pro-Palestinian speech.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The president of Columbia University was grilled at a congressional hearing Wednesday about allegations of anti-Semitism on campus. In nearly 4 hours of grueling testimony before the Republican-led Committee on Education and the Workforce, Minouche Shafik said she'd taken serious action against the accusations, including dismissing or removing 5 faculty members from the classroom in recent months for comments related to Israel's assault on Gaza, as well as suspending 15 students and 2 student groups, Students
Fuck's
for Justice
sake.
in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. Shafiq's visit to Capitol Hill came after a December hearing that led to the resignations of the presidents of Harvard University and the University of Pennsylvania.
In the run-up to the congressional hearing, a group of Jewish faculty at Columbia and Barnard penned an open letter addressed to President Shafiq, expressing their concerns about, quote, the false narratives that frame these proceedings to entrap witnesses, and labeling the hearings a, quote, new McCarthyism. During yesterday's testimony, Lisa McClain, the Republican congressmember from Michigan, questioned Shafiq over a number of
I'll be right back, chat. I need a drink.
slogans, including from the river to the sea.
My question to you, are mobs shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or long live the infantada? Are those anti-Semitic comments?
When I hear those
No, they're
statements,
not.
I find them very upsetting. And I have heard...
That's a great answer to a question I didn't ask, so let me repeat the question. When mobs or people are shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, or long live the infantada, are those anti-Semitic statements? Yes or no? It's not how you feel, it's...
I hear them as such.
Jesus Christ.
We have sent
So
a
is that
clear
yes?
message.
So is that yes?
We have sent a clear message to our
I'm
community.
not asking about the message. Is that
Oh, God.
your definition of anti-Semitic behavior? Yes or no? Why is that so tough?
Because it's a difficult issue, because
I
some
realize it's a
people hear
difficult
it as
issue,
anti-Semitic,
but here's
other
the
people
problem:
do not.
is when
Hold on. I'm gonna.
In his questioning of Shafiq, he cited the Old and New Testament and asked Shafiq wanted Columbia University to be cursed by God.
Oh. Camera back on. There we go.
Probably not as well as you are, Congressman.
Well, it's pretty clear it was the covenant that God made with Abraham. And that
This
covenant was real
fucking
clear.
shit is so dumb.
If you bless Israel, I will bless you. if you curse Israel, I will curse you. And then in the New Testament, it was confirmed that all nations would be blessed through you. So you do not know about that.
Oh.
I have heard that now that you've explained.
Oh, this is so good stuff. Wow, Bible study class.
I mean, do you want Columbia University to be cursed by God?
Jesus Christ. Answer, I don't give a fuck. That's the correct answer to that question. She says.
Definitely not.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Jesus, I say that. On Wednesday focused on.
Seriously though, no university should be concerned about God. Okay? That's the it's quiet. I just noticed it's quiet. Thank you, Moanub. You can't hear. That's my bad. That's my bad. Well, for those of you that didn't hear, that guy was asking the university representative there of Columbia whether or not she wanted to have the university cursed by God. According to the scripture, some bullshit about being good to Israel will give you good favors from God, and the opposite will get you cursed by God. And he wanted to know whether or not she was concerned about curses. And I'm just saying, I don't think that university presidents should be concerned about curses. It just doesn't seem like the sort of thing an educational institution should be considering at any time.
Columbia's handling of faculty. New York Republican Congressmember Elise Stefanik led the charge. She grilled the president about her testimony on both the protests at Columbia and about Professor Joseph Massad, a professor of modern Arab politics who chairs an academic review committee.
And Dr. Shafiq, you realize that at some of these events, the slurs and the chants have been F the Jews, death to Jews, F Israel, no safe place, death to the Zionist state, Jews out. You don't think those are anti-Jewish?
Completely anti-Jewish, completely unacceptable.
So you changed your testimony on that issue as well? So there have been anti-Jewish protests.
I didn't get to finish my sentence.
I haven't heard any of those.
There were protests,
and I've listened to a lot of footage of pro-Palestinian protests. I feel like she made those up.
Anti-Jewish protests, and you said no.
So the protest was not labeled as an anti-Jewish protest.
I'm not asking what it was labeled.
Anti-Israeli government policy.
The question wasn't what it was labeled.
But anti-Semitic incidents happen, or anti-Semitic things were said. So I just wanted
It is
to
an
finish.
anti-Jewish protest. You agree with that? You change your testimony?
Congresswoman, anti-Jewish
fuck it.
things were said at protests, yes.
Thank you for changing your testimony. Another instance when you changed your testimony.
Elise Stefanik is so garbage. We're moving on. I am sorry, Chad, but I refuse to listen to any more Elise Stefanik. Fuck her. I'm so sick of that woman.
In a statement emailed to Democracy Now!, Professor Joseph Massad said Republicans had, quote, fabricated statements about him and that it was, quote, news to him that he was under investigation. He said no one had spoken to him about his chairmanship of the committee in question. For more, we're joined by two guests. Nara Milanic is a professor of history at Barnard College, part of Columbia University, who co-wrote an open letter to President Shafiq titled Jewish Faculty Reject the Weaponization of Anti-Semitism. Professor Milanic is a member of the American Association of University Professors, or AAUP. And Professor Rebecca Jordan-Young is also with us, professor in the Department of Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Barnard College at Columbia. She's a member of the Columbia chapter of the American Association of University Professors. She's also a member of the faculty and staff for Justice in Palestine. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Rebecca Jordan-Young, let's begin with you. Your response to these hearings yesterday.
My response is, well, first, let me just thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. It's so important.
So many rockets in
my first
chat.
response
Love
is
you
that
people.
what happened at those hearings yesterday should be of grave concern to everybody, regardless of their feelings on Palestine, regardless of their politics. What happened yesterday was a demonstration of the growing and intensifying attack on liberal education writ large. So there was an opportunity yesterday for President Shafiq to come forward to mount a robust defense of the university as a unique site for a debate of difficult ideas, for the fact that slogans can't be reduced to sound bites, that in fact that what happens at the university is deep discussion, deep thought, and that in fact instead what we got was a live performance of her not just throwing protesters and specific professors under the bus, which we somewhat anticipated, as awful as that was, but in fact throwing the entire university system under the bus, throwing out established policies and procedures of the university, throwing out rules that have been established by the American Association of University Professors for decades as best practices. Actually announcing unilateral decisions on faculty members on live television, which she doesn't actually have the authority under the university to do. And I could say more, but really I was astonished. It went worse even than any of us had expected.
So, Professor Nara Milanish, if you could also respond, what most struck you about the hearing and what Professor Young just said, that the debate, rather than it being a debate about difficult questions, it became extremely narrow, and Columbia President Shafiq seemed to capitulate almost entirely, as Professor Young said, through the entire university apparatus under the bus. If you could respond to that, what was your sense?
So my sense, one of the things that I learned is that congressional hearings are kind of like social media, which is to say they are wonderful places for political performance, for political theater, for sound bites, for gotcha moments, for interrupting one another. They are really terrible spaces to have deep debates about serious and contentious issues. And academic freedom is one of those issues. What goes on campus and what is happening on campus right now is one of those issues. Where my freedom to speak ends and your right to be free of harassment begins, those are really difficult questions. And a congressional hearing, Twitter, are not the places to be litigating these issues. The place.
No kidding.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. I guess Jordan Peterson agrees with that for some reason. Okay. Trying to think. Yeah, I'm just gonna we're gonna continue watching a little bit more of this.
Was that anti-Semitism, or a particular interpretation of that, a very precise, very politically aligned interpretation of that, has been procedurally split off from discussion about all other forms of harassment, discrimination, violence, etc. And this is really contrary to what we do in the university. Certainly it's contrary to what we do in my field, where broadly this has been created and used as an opportunity to attack all forms of liberatory critical scholarship. It's been a place where critical race studies have gotten attacked. It's attacking DEI. And throughout, unfortunately, the university presidents who've been questioned, and yesterday President Shafiq among them, and the rest of the members of the Columbia leadership, played along with this willingness to split these groups apart. But it's absolutely against what we do both in scholarship and justice activism. We try to help students understand the intertwined nature of systems of power and oppression.
Exactly. And Oh, wait, my brain just did a freaking reboot just now. What was I saying? I was gonna say something. Ugh, I hate when this happens to me. I had an important point that I wanted to make, and I just lost it. Ugh, this is killing me. Am I gonna do this? I might go back, Chad, just to refresh my brain so I can actually get this out of my head. I do this too much.
With this willingness to split these, played along with this willingness to split these.
Oh, I remembered it. That's all it took. And it had nothing to do with that sentence. It just sparked my brain. So, the thing about all of this that I find fascinating and also incredibly frustrating is the fact that most of the people who are on the side of silencing pro-Palestinian voices, that are on the side of Israel and defending Israel, are the same people who, and I'm sure even to this day, would continue to, if you asked them in a poll, do you think that people at the Unite the Right rally did anything wrong? Tom Cotton, all these assholes who are out there saying insane things in support of Israel and against Palestinian protesters are the same people who would say, fuck no, they didn't do anything wrong. And it's fucking mind-boggling to me.
Jesus, I say that.
Okay, moving on. Let's look at some of the actual protests that were happening over the last 24 hours. Ceasefire rally returns to South San Francisco despite hate incident last week. 22 hours ago from Crown 4.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us for Crown 4 News at 10. I'm Ken Wayne.
And I'm Vicki Liviakis. Pro-Palestine protesters were back in South San Francisco tonight after they say a man attacked them last week. A video shows the man physically and verbally assaulting members of the Change SSF. That group has been demanding a ceasefire in Gaza, and they were out there rattling again tonight.
Crown 4's Dan Thorne caught up with members of the group. He joins us now live in South City with more. Dan.
Yeah, Ken, the man in that video was arrested by South San Francisco police, and he was charged with battery and hate speech. As for the group, Change SSF, they say facing this kind of vitriol is unfair and unacceptable because they're simply calling for peace and an end to the war in Gaza. And they say that these types of protests and rallies are not going to end until the war is over.
Bomb, bomb, Palestine! Bomb, bomb, Palestine!
Hateful messages targeting pro-Palestinian protesters last week in South San Francisco.
Racist.
A 57-year-old man was
Guy is
caught
a
on
real
camera
piece of shit.
bumping, hurling insults, and even spitting on demonstrators.
Wait, man, don't do that.
I don't think being anti-genocide and anti-war is controversial, but apparently they feel especially agitated by our messaging.
Change SSF and CA-15 for Palestine rallied in the same spot where the incident happened Wednesday evening. For weeks, they've been demanding a ceasefire resolution in South City. Out of fear of the return of any bad actors, organizers asked for children to be kept at home.
It's really unfortunate because my son does wish that he could be out here with us. This is a very important cause, along with other human rights causes for him and for our family.
Following last week's violence, doxing has also been a concern for the group,
So unfortunate, but thankfully they're still out there, which is amazing. People suck. Same people who yell at people and like for protesting, like They're the same people who are always complaining about free speech. Oh, social media is censoring me. Okay, what's next? Fact is, it's leftists who are getting censored more than right-wing voices. And we need to do a freaking study on that, because I've never seen any data on that, but I do feel like it's true from what I can see. Alright, what's next? Oh, right. Way more footage. This is actually another Democracy Now! Video. Columbia students risk arrest, suspension, to maintain Gaza solidarity encampment on campus.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. As Columbia University President Shafiq testified before Congress about accusations of anti-Semitism at the school, Democracy Now! Spoke to Columbia and Barnard College students yesterday who set up a Gaza solidarity encampment early Wednesday morning, with dozens of tents occupying the south lawn of the campus outside the main library. As we broadcast, students have been threatened with suspension and discipline action, but are still refusing to leave until their demands are met. They spoke about what they're calling for.
Down with occupation. Down with occupation. Up with liberation.
My name is Miriam Alwan, and I'm with Columbia SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine, and we are here today to demand that Columbia divest immediately from all states in Israeli apartheid. Over 33,000 Palestinians have been killed, and as we speak, our president is testifying in front of the House in a game of political theater that is conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. We want to focus the attention on what's going on in Gaza and tell Columbia that we are not going anywhere no matter how much government suppression we face. We will keep fighting until they divest. They have been completely repressive. I mean, we faced police brutality. We have faced countless policy changes. I mean, my group, along with Jewish Voice for Peace, was suspended in the fall semester completely illegitimately. I filed a lawsuit to counter that action. And it seems like the repression is only getting worse and worse and worse. But the more they repress us, the more we rise up, and that's why we've escalated. That's also why we've escalated here today. Not only are they not listening to us when we peacefully protest, when we attempt to just pass referendums for student voices to even be heard, they don't even want to listen to the students. They don't want to know what the students think.
Yep.
And so we're here to tell them that we will take up space and presence on this campus, and they're not going to be able to erase our.
In my opinion, spaces for students are exactly the place to be anti-war, okay? To be anti-genocide. This sort of stuff is exactly what kids on campus, as young adults, should be doing.
For Palestine. Since October, the very first protest that we've had, the university has begun closing the gates. Columbia actually normally in recent history did not close its gates to the public. However, the minute we started having protests for Palestine, they began doing so. They began calling the police department in full force onto our campus without consulting the university senate, bypassing its own procedures and policies to do so. At this point, no action that the university could take would surprise me. They have completely, violated all mechanisms of shared governance and their own policies and procedures, and they don't care. We're apprehensive, but we know that anything that Columbia or our government or the police try to do to us is nothing compared to what is going on in Gaza right now, the starvation that they are facing, and our money is funding this. We are not neutral. Our institution is not neutral, and our country is not neutral, and that is why we are here today.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! If Rafa doesn't get it, shut it!
Okay, and there's definitely more of that, but we've actually got another video to look at here relating to this specific protest. Actually, we have two. Oh, God, we do have two. Oh, God. Oh, no. We're approaching 3 hours, and Streamlabs is starting to lag. Like it's on. It's like it's on a timer. I hate you. I hate you, Streamlabs. And moving over all these scenes to like a different platform would take me so fucking long. Oh my god, you have no idea, chat. It would take. I don't even want to think about it. Don't even want to think about it, chat. Just gonna keep pushing through it. What's next? Okay. We got a couple of very tough videos to watch. Oh shit. This should be here. Why is that not there? Okay. Alright, hopefully this is gonna be in the right order now. Got a few real tough videos regarding the treatment of these kids that we were just looking at and listening to from Colombia. This is from Status Quo News. Breaking. Cops tackle, arrest pro-Palestinian protesters outside of Columbia University Gaza encampment. Oh god, it's making me weak just even. This is pissing me off. Oh, okay.
You're the only one backing this man back! Move 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 back! What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Free Palestine! I'm just standing here. Why are you doing this to me? What are you doing? For what reason? I'm just standing on the sidewalk. What the hell? What's wrong with you? What the reason? Why are you doing this to me? I was literally just standing here. What the fuck are you doing?
Hold on, it's just a little loud. My ears are being blasted. She has a very piercing voice.
Untense yourself. I'm stuck.
For fuck's sake. Why are there 18 cops on this one girl? Why are there 18 cops on one woman? Can you explain this to me? I mean, obviously I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here, but not that much. It's like 6 dudes. You think that's necessary? Is that a necessary amount of police force for this? Is this how? And I mean, that's beyond the actual real questions, like why are we arresting people for protesting on campuses?
You stop! You stop! You stop! Door stop. What are you doing? Come on, let's go. Get him off the fucking ground! No, what the fuck are you doing? You got fucking touch her! You got fucking touch her! Ground, it's not that hard. It doesn't push me, bro. You're tripping me. Back up. Bro, you're pushing me over stuff out the sidewalk. We told you that. My God! My God! My God! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! My God! My God! My God! My God! My God! My God! Or on that side. One.
This This one's difficult to watch. Fascism in full force. I don't know if I can even get through this whole thing. No, we're gonna do it. Well, we'll see.
Our police zone, you're going to be alive. You guys are going to get the service station. We have a zone for you there. You started grabbing people. If you refuse, you are on video. Let go of her! Let go of her! Why are you grabbing her like that? Why are you grabbing her like that? No, let go of her! You fucking piece of shit! What is that? Grabbing someone back the fuck up! You back up! Hey, hey, you don't fucking touch her! You don't fucking touch her! Free Palestine! Why are we being arrested? We cannot have all this stuff here. I mean, this is garbage. So do me a favor, pull your cap and get people officers here. We're going to clear this out right now. Oh, yeah. Coffee! You're going to take the coffee! You want to clean up the garbage?
NYPD. Once again. Being garbage. Let's look at this from 7 hours ago, where Eric Adams speaks, and according to Eyewitness ABC7 New York, more than 100 pro-Palestinian demonstrators were arrested at Columbia University. Fucking Eric Adams.
We want to go ahead and return to our top story. Mayor Adams now talking about the arrests and protests at Columbia University today. Let's listen
to ensure the safety of the campus, the students, and the staff. Made more than 108 arrests, and the NYPD ensured that there was no violence or injuries during the disturbance. Columbia University students have a proud history of protests and raising their voices. Students have a
I just realized this every time we see Eric Adams, we can always remember Olay's interview with him and give him one of these. Okay, that's so useful.
To free speech, but do not have a right to violate university policies and disrupt learning on campus. I know the conflict in the Middle East has left many of us grieving and angry. This is a painful moment for our city, for our country, and for the globe. New Yorkers have every right to express their sorrow, but that heartbreak does not give you the right to harass others, to spread hate. And I urge everyone who is...
This guy sucks. Okay, that's enough Eric Adams. This dude is such a piece of shit. Everything he says is garbage. Are we supposed to thank them for not being not being violent? That looked violent, so definitely not thanking them. Looked pretty violent. Okay, no more Eric Adams. I know. I hate him too. Believe me. Not a fan of that guy. And 2.5 minutes of 3 minutes of Eric Adams? No, unacceptable. We made it through a full minute. Exactly. To the dot. It's like my internal clock knew we hit a minute and I just shut it down. Okay. Now, this is some good stuff here. And I haven't seen the whole thing. And it was streaming still while I was getting the stream up and going tonight. So, this just got done very recently, about an hour ago. This is from Breakthrough News, live from Columbia University, where students return to camp out and protest.
But there's only one info then. Okay. So if you're tuning in right now, we're at Columbia University at the second occupation encampment. If you've been following this, you know that this morning the NYPD entered the Columbia University campus and they arrested the Palestine Solidarity encampment here at Columbia. And that encampment was right over there on that lawn. And immediately when the NYPD entered the school campus, a bunch of people basically surrounded the encampment, students surrounded the encampment and began chanting, let them go, and free Palestine. And immediately after that, the students actually hopped the fence here, hopped this fence. I'm going to zoom in. They hopped that fence and now they are here and they formed a second encampment. And right now there are police outside. They haven't entered the campus yet. They haven't made an attempt to stop this encampment yet. There are also solidarity protests on the outside. But we're going to be here. We're going to be live streaming. And we're going to turn to some people who have been at the encampment now. So stick with us. We're going to be here for quite some time.
So can you please get this to Naim? Thank you. I got here maybe 20 minutes ago. Oh, what time? Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. So can you tell me why you're out here today?
Yeah, I think the Columbia students are doing an amazing job. I think students are a very longitudinal force of organizing, and divestment needs to happen now. And I think college campuses are very important. Academia is very important to confront, especially around their silence.
Yeah, and were you out here earlier today? Were you part of the first encampment? And what brought you out not to the second encampment?
Yeah, I was not part of the first encampment. I was trying to support from outside and help supplies get in, but then I also know that it's important to be here and support what's going on inside because of the mass surveillance and police presence that was throughout this encampment.
Yeah, so speaking of that, I mean, today we saw over 100
No bird wars in chat.
Suspended as well. I believe cops haven't been on campus since 1968, and within 24 hours, the president of the university called the cops in to have these students arrested. Can you tell me what your thoughts are about that?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The students are standing on the side of justice. The other thing is that this feeds into repression that is happening across the entire country in multiple spaces on Palestine activism, and that's unacceptable. We have many historical lessons of why what's happening now in Palestine, the genocide, has happened in other places through the history of colonialism, and so we're only walking in the footsteps of people who've done work similar before us. And so it's unfortunate that now people are still using the same tactics of repression, of police brutality, of arrests, to silence what we should know by now is actually the right thing to do.
And speaking of that repression, what will it take to make you leave here?
What would it take me to leave here? Until Columbia commits to a meaningful divestment. Until the demands of the main organizers are met.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
So for those just tuning in right now, we are on campus at Columbia University.
By the way, if anybody here is just tuning in just now, we are watching footage from the Columbia University protests that were, up until this stream started, still going on.
We're both banned many years ago. Okay, we're hearing that the audio is too low. We're gonna just try to troubleshoot that on the DJ.
Just get really close and you'll be good.
What's that?
You can just get really close and keep narrating if you want.
But
It's great to be out here with you all tonight because you are making history. I'm not a student at Columbia. My only connection with this institution is that I pay them too much rent. I grew up in this neighborhood, and most of the people I grew up with have since been evicted as Columbia takes more and more land. But I was a 13-year-old kid here in 1968 when the students at Columbia took a stand against this institution that people here call the demon. They took a stand for Harlem. They took a stand for the community. They took a stand for Vietnam. Columbia was trying to steal Morningside Park from Harlem. And the students, as you may know, occupied 5 buildings: Low, Hamilton, Fairweather, Avery, and Math. It was the Black Student Union and the Students for Democratic Society. And the Board of Trustees, which then as now represented the biggest real estate interest in the city, responded with extreme violence.
Shame.
They sent in the Tactical Patrol Force, like the Strategic Response Group today. They came in, they not only arrested, but they brutally beat hundreds of students who were then expelled. They put people in the hospital. They occupied the neighborhood for 6 months. They just went rampage through the neighborhood, beating up people on the street. This is the cops. But the students and the community won. Columbia was forced to back down, which is why we still have Morningside Park there. And 1968 was a pivotal year. The Columbia student strike was a big part of that year that saw the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, that saw the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, that saw people confronting the Democratic Convention in Chicago. It was a turning point in the movement against the Vietnam War, and 6 years later, Vietnam won. The United States was forced to withdraw, and now you are part of a movement that has put Palestine, as it should be, at the center of U.S. political life, and Palestine will win. And it will be because of the heroic people of Gaza, of the West Bank, of all of Palestine, the people of Yemen, of Lebanon, of Iran, and the mass movement around the world, including here. Because it's all one struggle. I want to mention that Minouche Shafik, she is the Brute 68 was such a setback that no president has dared to bring the NYPD on the campus in force since then. And this person, this Baroness, Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire, former Vice President of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, is doing a job for her bosses on Wall Street and for the big real estate interests here who run the Columbia Board of Trustees and are very connected with the land theft in Palestine. So it's great to see.
Okay. I'm going to keep trying to walk us through this until we get to the end of the protest, or at least the end of the coverage from Breakthrough. Let's see here.
Mutual liberation that's also fighting a fight for divestment at the university. And also a few weeks ago, we also had students who got arrested by the Cornell police and the Ithaca police. And and we from Coalition for Mutual Liberation also would like to say that we stand in solidarity with our fellow protesting students at Columbia, at NYU, at universities across campuses, across countries, across regions. And we come here in solidarity with all of you. And I would also just like to say I'm not from the US, I'm from India. And we've also seen how these countries like India have for years and years changed its project towards the Zionistic project of the State of Israel. And we're seeing increasingly how countries like India have been furthering the cause of Israel through its own propaganda of Hindutva politics that's ongoing in India right now. And as we fight fascist forces across the world, across the globe, our struggles, our protests are connected, and we fight for liberation for one and for all. So with that, I'd like to kind of come to a small chant, which I think a lot of you might know or might not know. It's the slogan of Azadi, which means freedom. And if people would like to join in, I'll say a few lines, and you got to respond by saying Azadi. So whenever I say like, Hum kya chahte, what do we want? And we shout Azadi, which means liberation and freedom. So different people might know from different contexts, but here we go. And if there's someone at the duffly, we could go for it as well. अरे हम क्या चाहते हैं? आज़ादी। अरे हम क्या चाहते हैं? आज़ादी। अरे पैलेस्टाइन की। आज़ादी। अरे पैलेस्टाइन की। आज़ादी। अरे छीन के लेंगे। आज़ादी। अरे छीन के लेंगे। आज़ादी। है हक हमारा। आज़ादी। है हक हमारा। आज़ादी। अरे चीख के बोलो। आज़ादी। चिल्ला के बोलो। आज़ादी। अरे जोर से बोलो। आज़ादी। कोलंबिया में। आज़ादी। कॉर्नेल में भी। आज़ादी। फलस्तीन में भी। आज़ादी। फलस्तीन में भी। आज़ादी। फलस्तीन में मांगे। आज़ादी। फलस्तीन में मांगे। आज़ादी। अरे आधी रात में। आज़ादी। अरे आधी रात को।
Okay, well, that protest was going on until the very beginning of this stream. And there's more coverage, but I would encourage you to go to Breakthrough and check it out, the rest of it at least. Okay, one last protest specifically, although there's one other video that I want to look at regarding protesting. This is from 6 ABC Philadelphia, where President Biden lands in Philadelphia. Protesters gather at campaign stop.
President Joe Biden just touched down at Philadelphia
Whoopsies.
International Airport a few moments ago. We have a live look here. There it is. Air Force One just arrived at Philadelphia International.
Hold on.
Airport. Now, the president will hold 2 campaign events here this afternoon. President Biden's third stop in the battleground state of Pennsylvania this week. Air Force One's been everywhere. He also visited Scranton and was just in Pittsburgh yesterday.
Just make a Soul Glow reference? Where the hell did that come from?
A group of pro-Palestinian protesters has already gathered at President Biden's first campaign stop in North Philadelphia. This is happening just outside the Martin Luther King Recreation Center on 2100 block.
They really didn't put a lot of focus on that protest, did they? Well, the protests are everywhere now. And you'll notice there's just all these protesters seem to be holding Palestinian-related signs or flags. Okay, moving on. Moving on to this last one about protests. Google fires 28 staffers for protesting Israel deal. We talked about this yesterday. We looked at a Democracy Now! Interview with a Google employee who was protesting, and I know that she had a bunch of other coworkers who were protesting alongside her and on other campuses. This is from 12 hours ago from Reuters.
Google fired 28 employees after some staffers staged protests against the tech giant's business ties to the Israeli government. Parent company Alphabet said on Thursday that a small number of protesting employees entered and disrupted work at a few unspecified office locations. Reuters video showed protests Tuesday outside of Google's Sunnyvale, California, and New York City offices. Those who protested say that Project Nimbus, a $1.2 billion contract awarded to Google and Amazon in 2021 to supply the Israeli government with cloud services, supports the development of military tools by the Israeli government. The company in a statement said, quote, physically impeding other employees' work and preventing them from accessing our facilities is a clear violation of our policies and completely unacceptable behavior. In a statement on Medium, Google workers affiliated with the No Tech for Apartheid campaign called it a, quote, flagrant act of retaliation and said that some employees who did not directly participate...
You know what it should be? It should be
illegal
to do that. But hey, it's America, baby. Oh, yeah, you get some sleep, PB. It was good seeing you, as always. My pleasure to provide you with a stream to enjoy, or at least watch and or listen to with your eyes and ears. Oh boy, we're getting close to the current situation that is unfolding. And if you're unaware of it, well, you're not going to be for much longer, and I apologize for that. However, we're just going to quickly watch pieces of this at like 2x. Let's watch part of the UN Security Council live from the directly from the UN, where they voted on Palestinians' bid for membership.
With Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Israel to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invites the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in this meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of Item 2 on its agenda. In a letter dated 2nd April 2024, addressed to the Secretary General, the Permanent Observer of the Observer State of Palestine referred to the application of the State of Palestine for membership in the United Nations contained in document S/2011/592, dated 23rd September 2011. The requested that renewed consideration be given to that application by the Security Council. The letter has been issued as document S/2024/286. The report of the Committee on the Admissions of New Members concerning the application of the State of Palestine for admission to membership in the United Nations has been issued as document S/2024/313. Members of the Council have before them document S/2024/312, the text of a draft resolution submitted by Algeria. The Council is ready to proceed to the vote on the draft resolution before it. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements before the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I deliver my statement, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Madam President, for organizing this meeting and also for your outstanding efforts in chairing our Council during this month. We truly value your hard work and personal commitment. Madam President, on behalf of my country, Algeria, on behalf of the Arab Group, on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, on behalf of the non-aligned movement and on behalf of countless other peace-loving countries, I stand before the highest organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security to introduce the draft resolution on the admission of the State of Palestine to the United Nations.
To support Palestinian statehood in the context of a comprehensive peace agreement that would permanently resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Since the attacks of October 7, President Biden has been clear that sustainable peace in the region can only be achieved through a two-state solution, with Israel's security guaranteed.
Night
There is
pitchforks.
no other path that guarantees
Senior
Israel's security
panel.
and future as a democratic Jewish state. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace and with dignity in a state of their own. And there is no other path that leads to regional integration between Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. We also have long been clear that premature actions here in New York, even with the best intentions, will not achieve statehood for the Palestinian people. As members of the Security Council, we have a special responsibility to ensure that our actions further the cause of international peace and
It's
security
been
are consistent
decades,
with the
pal.
requirements of the UN Charter. As reflected in the report of the Admission Committee, there was not unanimity among committee members as to whether the applicant met the criteria for membership as set forth in Article 4 of the UN Charter. For example,
who else did I want to listen to? There was somebody I wanted to. Oh, yeah. I want to listen to Algeria actually make the case. They just introduced it in the first one.
Of Palestine membership at the United Nations may have been delayed, as often in regrettable periods of injustice. But as the arc of the moral universe, which may be long but bends towards justice, the UN membership for the state of Palestine cannot be denied. I thank you.
I thank the representative Sierra Leone and pass
It's
the
a
floor to
vibe.
Algeria.
2X is a vibe. You're right.
Madam President, again, on behalf of the Arab Group, of the OIC, and the non-aligned movement, and also all peace-loving member states, I'm deeply grateful to all those who voted in favor of the resolution we submitted. The overwhelming support for the application of the State of Palestine sends a crystal clear message. The State of Palestine deserves its rightful place among the members of the United Nations. To those who were unable to support the admission of the State of Palestine today, we really hope they will have to do so next time, when the Security Council will reconsider the question of admission of Palestine again.
Okay. And the fact is, I don't know what the vote is yet. They're supposed to vote, but I don't have a vote count yet. So that is still to be determined. Everybody fingers crossed that it happens. I would not recommend watching that whole thing, mostly because it's painful, which is why we watched it at 2X just now. As most UN Security Council meetings are, if I'm being perfectly honest, as someone who's watched a few too many of them myself. They are difficult. Anyway. I'm going to save this one for later. Skip to this one. EU Foreign Policy Chief warns that Middle East is on the edge of war. We'll deal with you later, Ehud Olmert.
In Gaza, the humanitarian catastrophe continues.
Whoa.
Humanitarian support has very little increase. Has increased, but very insufficient.
Settle down.
In Gaza, the humanitarian catastrophe continues.
Hold on. Thought I fixed that just now. Go back to normal. There we go.
Humanitarian support has very little increase. Has increased, but very insufficient. We have to ask Israel for a restrained answer to the Iranians' attack. We cannot escalate. We cannot go step by step, answering every time higher to a regional war. I don't want to exaggerate, but we are on the edge of a war, a regional war in the Middle East, which will be sending shock waves to the rest of the world, and in particular to Europe. So, stop it, take care of the Gazan people, cease fire, humanitarian support, freedom of hostages. Well, if there is an attack to Rafah with 1.7 million people massed in the streets, and it will be a real humanitarian catastrophe. So the call to Israel has been very clear from the President Biden himself, from all the European leaders. Don't attack Rafah. There are 1.7 million people in the streets without any kind of possibility of defending themselves, escaping.
Seriously, how many times have I said that? I feel like me and this guy are sharing the same brain, at least in that one moment. I feel like I've said at least a couple dozen times now, don't attack Rafah. In almost the exact same fucking tone. Because it'll be exactly what he said. A fucking massacre of people who can't defend themselves or get away. It's disgusting. Okay. Moving on to what is very much current news and may still be currently going on. I'm not sure. This is Hezbollah leader warning Israel will pay a high price, quote unquote, if Iran is attacked. This is from 10 hours ago from NBC News.
U.S. and Israeli officials are holding another virtual meeting today to discuss a possible ground offensive in Rafah. Two U.S. officials tell NBC News this is a follow-up to a tense meeting that was held back on April 1st, which led to an Israeli official yelling in defense of their plan. The meeting comes after the White House announced a new round of sanctions against Iran. Meanwhile, as we wait to see Israel's response to Iran's drone and missile attack, NBC News is getting an exclusive interview with Hezbollah's second in command. Hezbollah is a Lebanon-based group backed by Iran and has been designated by the United States as a terrorist organization. He spoke exclusively with NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley, who joins me now. So, Matt, you actually first spoke with him in November, and he warned about this expanding conflict. What is he saying now?
Yeah, Zingle, well, it's exactly what you were talking about, how the entire region is waiting to see how Israel responds to that salvo of missiles, about 300 of them, and drones fired by Iran toward Israel in an unprecedented attack on Saturday night. And we spoke a little bit about that.
Where is it? It's here.
Attack to be.
The Israelis are confused. They don't know whether or not. Wait, hold on.
Do you think
Can't believe NBC can't afford somebody to dub over this bullshit. Good fucking god, what an asshole. An asshole. Talking about CBS like it's a human. Fuck me. The Israelis are confused. They don't know whether or not to respond. And you want me to know what Israel will do?
Do you think Israel doesn't have a plan right now?
It doesn't have a plan or courage or know what it's doing. And if they make a mistake, there'll be a high price to pay.
Do you think they're scared?
They're 100% scared. They didn't think Iran would respond, and it did. Okay. Jerry is a legend. So true. So true. Okay, what's next? Our country treats them like a person. Can't fuck you B for being so accurate and right about things. Oh, I love that one. That's getting one of these right here. Well played, lady. Okay, what's next? What's next? Inside Iran's arsenal after attack on Israel. This is from a day ago from NBC.
From the moment the first launches of Iranian killer drones and missiles were detected, a new era of warfare in the sky. All told, Iran launching more than 300 of their signature drones, as well as cruise and ballistic missiles, flying towards Israel in retaliation for the Israeli strike on the Iranian consulate in Syria. Here's some of what we know about Iran's weaponry. At first came the waves of the Iranian-made Shahed 136 drone, a drone that has also been used extensively by Russia against Ukraine since 2022. The drone has a max speed of 115 miles an hour, meaning it took hours to cross the well over 600-mile distance between Israel and Iran, and making easy targets for fighter jets scrambled to intercept. The IDF says 107
You didn't know that reference, Soul Life? I'm so glad that you got to experience that.
of those drones were destroyed, with U.S. forces shooting down 80 of them. The IDF also saying it took down 30 of what's known as the Pave cruise missile that can reach 559 miles per hour. As for the more advanced ballistic missiles, the IDF reporting around 120 of the Imad and Khyber Shekan ballistic missiles were launched by Iran, both able to fly over 1,000 miles, with the Imad missiles able to carry a warhead of about 1,500 pounds. Those were also almost entirely intercepted or failed at launch, but as many as 5 are believed to have hit Israeli territory, causing minor damage. As for how many more missiles and drones remain in Iran's stockpiles, exact numbers are still unknown, but Iran is believed to have the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East, possibly 3,000 or more.
3,000 or more. Just in the ballistic missiles. By the way, I don't know if you have the bandwidth to deal with this right now, Soul Life, but if you want to help make Donald, aka Ducky, here an egg command, I'm pretty sure he'd appreciate that. I don't maybe I was planning on making and I didn't, and since I have you here, okay, anyways, moving on. What's next? Iran's foreign minister issues warning to Israel. This is 5 hours ago. This is an hour before I started the stream. And this is partly why things kind of went off the rails with my concentration on everything. You'll see soon why.
And I am now inside the Iranian permanent mission to the United Nations here in New York. And I'm here with the Iranian Foreign Minister, Hussein Amir Abdullahian. And Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you so much. Israel has vowed to retaliate against the Iranian strike over the weekend. Do you think Israel could strike as soon as tonight?
We have given an answer on Saturday night to the action that during the past few months, particularly 2 weeks ago, the Israeli regime, through the attack carried out against the consular building in Damascus, Syria, our response to the Israeli regime was limited and stayed within a minimum of frameworks, whereas we could have given a much harsher response.
Am I losing my mind, or is this fucking slow as shit?
Following that, we announced that this response is within the framework of legitimate defense according to international laws. We will not continue. However, in case the Israeli regime embarks on adventurism again and takes action against the interests of Iran, the next response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level. It will be decisive. Our response will be decisive through the Swiss embassy in Tehran. We have announced to the White House, sent a message to the White House and Washington, D.C., the administration, in which we reiterated that if the Israeli regime commits that grave error once again, our response will be decisive, definitive, and regretful for them.
Okay. I was actually planning on watching more of that. What was I saying? Sorry, chat. God damn. Coughing super bad right now. So, what I was saying. I was planning on watching more of that. However, this happened while I was watching that video, and so it makes watching the rest of it, in my opinion, unnecessary. You heard what he said. The response will be swift and decisive. He said it multiple times, honestly. And that was Iran's foreign minister, if you didn't catch that part of it. But this next video is from 3 hours ago, where an Israeli missile has hit Iran, confirmed by U.S. officials. This is CBS News.
But as Alex Crawford was saying there in Beirut, that doesn't change.
Sorry, hold on. For some reason it just... Wait, oh. Huh? Just skipped. Oh, there we go. Okay, that fixed it, I think. Oh, but it's also going to be at 1.5 still.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of the Middle East. 2 U.S. officials confirmed to CBS News that an Israeli missile has hit Iran. This comes after the weekend attack by Iran on Israel. Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign...
Sorry, Chad, hold on. Did not mean to do that. My mouse was giving me problems. I haven't even switched screens. We're trying this again. Come on, work. Go. Do it.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of the Middle East. 2 U.S. officials confirmed to CBS News that an Israeli missile has hit Iran. This comes after the weekend attack by Iran on Israel. Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan joins us now. And Margaret, first, what are we learning about these strikes?
Well, what we are learning is that this was a missile that hit Iran, fired by Israel. These are really just initial reports that U.S. officials are confirming that this incident did occur. There was a strike carried out, but in terms of target, damage assessment, whether there will be other strikes, we don't yet know the parameters for the Israeli operation that is underway right now. This may not be completely concluded, in other words. So this is happening, and we know that there are members, for example, of the Senate Intelligence Committee out there making public statements. Marco Rubio indicating that the city of Isfahan in Iran is nearby, or there is an army base there that could have been a target. I mean, there's a lot of speculation happening by lawmakers, including those that should have been briefed, like Senator Rubio, but no official comment yet from the White House, the State Department, the Pentagon. Our sources, though, are confirming that an Israeli missile has hit Iran.
Do we know at this point how Iran might respond to these strikes?
Well, this is a further escalation of a situation that we know the Biden administration was really trying to put a lid on, that this tit for tat, they wanted to have concluded with that overwhelming drone attack that was stopped by Israeli air defenses over the weekend. IDF said they took down, 99% of the incoming projectiles.
Okay, we're moving on to the next video. Where in response to the attack, Iran has activated its air defense over several cities, according to state media. This is from 3 hours ago from Al Jazeera News. Whoopsies. That is not what I meant to do.
Hi, my name's Hannah, and I'm
Wait,
here
what the fuck? Hold
to show
on.
you how students can use Otter to make
Otter?
lectures.
What the fuck is happening right now? What the fuck just happened? What in the fuck? You bitch. Okay, hold on a second, chat. It just signed me out of my account. And now my list is gone. The fuck?
Television is reporting
This is so annoying. Why did it do this? What the fuck? Am I gonna have to I'm gonna have to do two-factor authentication right now. Wait, why is this happening? Wait, what? What the fuck? I did not mean to do that. Whatever I just did. Fuck you, YouTube. Just came up with new settings. I hate when they come up with new settings and then I click something not knowing it. I'm gonna have to go back and unclick that at some point. Fuck it. Fuck it, I'll deal with that later. Where's my playlists? These motherfuckers. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Here's some music for you to listen to while I'm working on this. Do 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 do. Where is this motherfucker? Ah, there it is. Okay. Give me the playlist. By the way, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he fixed it. You fixed the command. I was gonna point out that you were missing the verb throw, or at least just a verb. You could have done something else other than throwing to the egg, but I just noticed that it was lacking that important piece of sentence. Do I have any of these space lasers, and can you set them to dumb? We'll talk about this later, Styx Dragon. We'll talk about this later. Man, I really need a laser sound effect.
Follow the rich white man.
Okay. Where was I just now? Ah, yes, this one. Iran activates air defense over several cities, according to state media. Come on, full screen it. Full screen it.
Television
There we go.
reporting explosions have been heard near the city of Isfahan, and that flights have been suspended to and from multiple cities, including Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. They say that air defense missiles were activated in multiple provinces. There are also reports of explosions in Syria. American media, citing U.S. officials, is reporting an Israeli attack. It comes as tensions are running high in the region after an Iranian attack on Israel on Saturday. Well, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari joins us on the phone now from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, so what more are you hearing at this stage about these explosions in or near Isfahan, and how significant are they?
Well, Darren, we're hearing from semi-official news agencies that no explosions actually took place, that Iran's air defense systems were activated, and any kind of a sound people may have heard may be as a result of the air defense systems intercepting unknown flying objects in the air. The state TV news agency has said that the air defense system has also been activated not only in Isfahan but also in another city as well. We're trying to get more details and information about that. What we do know is that there are unconfirmed reports that people heard sounds of explosions, but there's conflicting narratives about what actually transpired. What we do know is it happened near the northeast of the city of Isfahan. Isfahan is one of the major cities in the country. It's about 400 kilometers south of Tehran. and it is where many military and defense installations are based, and it's also the site of one of Iran's 6 nuclear facilities.
And also, let's just remind our viewers, I mean, this comes against the backdrop of Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel following the Israeli attack on Iran's consulate in the Syrian capital. Tensions are extremely high between Iran and Israel.
Absolutely, Darren. They're at an all-time high, unprecedented levels of tensions. You know, Iran has been having this back and forth with Israel for 4 decades, and it's been continuing, and it really came to a head when Israel struck Iran's consulate section in Damascus and killed 7 members of the country's Revolutionary Guard. And then Iranians responded nearly just under 2 weeks on April 13th in an unprecedented, what many here call a historic attack on Israel, launching over 300 drones and cruise and ballistic missiles towards Israel. Now, Iran said that that was a message.
Iran has no air defense? Oh no, they definitely do. Unless I, for some reason, misunderstood what happened. But like basically, they didn't intercept that one for whatever reason. It wasn't picked up, or whatever, however many missiles it was. I don't think. Although they may have. The information is quite limited at this moment. It was, and this was literally when I found this video, it had come out literally within the 45 minutes before the stream started, right? Like when this was all going on in the last hour before I started the stream. And I started really on time. Well, not really on time, but for me, I started really on time. At least according to the pre-stream link. But I have even more up-to-date information on this, I think, for us next. This is, or was, and maybe still live. This is from NBC News Live. Breaking: Israel carries out military strike on Iran. This was their live stream. So we're going to have to sift through this slightly, I would say.
Over. It's in the public interest that we get to the bottom of these allegations.
Okay, where is it? I think this is almost. I want to think about where did it start? Where did it start? They were complaining about the kids protesting Trump. There it is. Okay, that's really the start of it. Go here. I hate that new features, quote unquote. That's so annoying. All right.
Authorities say Yee's Instagram chat logs also reference wanting to be a famous serial killer. While Yee's only firearm was a BB gun, police said his internet searches included gun ranges near.
Hello, welcome back. Let's just update you with the breaking news, which we've been bringing you in the last few minutes here on Sky News. It all started with Iran's news agency, which said an explosion was heard at an airport in the Iranian central city of Isfahan. Now, that cause wasn't immediately known at the time, but according to US media, that was an Israeli strike. Flights showing that have been diverted, tracking there, have been diverted from the area. That's where it all started, in fact. Commercial flights began diverting their routes. This incident, of course, comes amid heightened tension in the wider Middle East after Iran's barrage of missile and drone attacks that it sent towards Israel on Saturday. Israel saying 99% of their were intercepted. Dubai-based carriers Emirates and Fly Dubai are among those airlines diverting around western Iran around 4:30 local time. We were hearing from Alistair Bunker, weren't we, that Isfahan's around 200 miles south of Iran's capital, Tehran, and it's a manufacturing base, possibly for aircraft. So it could be a limited strike if indeed this is Israel carrying out retaliation for what happened on Saturday. But of course, there has been heightened tension in the region, calls for Israel to show restraint from world leaders over the last few days following Saturday's attack.
This doesn't seem like restraint.
Israel had vowed to respond. It wasn't clear how it would following the weekend attack, but clear tensions in the region, which has been bracing itself potential for further escalation. Iran had said that it would respond to any retaliation by, or Iran said it would respond to any retaliation by Israel. Let's just remind you, this goes back, of course, to the 1st of April, when there was a strike on the Iranian consulate in the Syrian capital, Damascus, widely blamed on Israel. Israel's never said it did it, but most people are convinced that that was the case. So Iran taking its revenge some 13 days later, and now some 5 days after that, it looks like Israel has retaliated. So we know that at the moment, all the reports are saying that the city of Isfahan has been hit, and specifically the airport there, which is believed to be a manufacturing site for Iranian aircraft, and a number of flights have been diverted, commercial flights being rerouted. And this all started because it happened without explanation. One semi-official news agency in Iran had claimed there had been explosions heard, and that's how it all started to come in a few minutes ago. So we do know that flights have been suspended over several cities, according to Iranian state media, but the central city of Isfahan, some 200 miles south of Tehran.
It's caveated by the fact that this only happened within the last couple of hours, and the sun is only just rising across the Middle East, and so we really do need to find out more detail about what has happened. But based on early indications, it could be that Israel has hit an airbase that is used to manufacture possibly drones, and if that were the case, I think there's an obvious connection then between what has happened tonight and what happened on Saturday night. And therefore Israel, like the US and the UK did yesterday when they announced sanctions against Iran, those sanctions were targeting the aircraft manufacturing industry and missile manufacturing industry. So they were deliberately deliberate sanctions at deliberate entities. And this would look at the moment as though it's a deliberate airstrike against a similar or the same area of Iranian manufacturing. And I think, therefore, if that turns out to be correct, and if it turns out that this is a single strike, limited number of casualties, probably none of them civilian because it was on a military base, but limited number of casualties because it was the middle of the night, and it's very much at the manufacturing industry, then I think what Israel will be saying is, look, we didn't go...
On Sky News at the top of the hour.
There's no doubt that the Israelis were behind this, but we don't know quite yet exactly the extent of it. Are these some limited strikes? Were they specifically geared towards damage, or just responding in order to make sure that the Iranian response to Israel bombing its embassy would not be the last slap in this fight, but that the Israelis would get the last say in it? None of that is clear at this point. What is clear, however, is that Joe Biden's efforts, if one can even call it that, frankly, to rein in Netanyahu, to prevent him from escalating matters, has been utterly unsuccessful, and not surprisingly so, mindful of the fact that in his efforts to do so, he has not used any pressure. There's been absolutely no withholding of aid, no withholding of military sales, no making the military sales contingent upon certain demands by the US. Everything Netanyahu has asked for, he has gotten. In fact, the original plan to aid him with $14 billion has now been increased to $26 billion.
Yep, we were just talking about it earlier today.
To defy Biden, because Biden has so far done nothing to impose on him any consequences.
I'm just remembering what the context was. That was because MTG wants lasers put into the budget. Space lasers, to be specific.
And as a result,
talking about Mr. Netanyahu, he's got every right to respond, has he not, to what happened on Saturday night? And here it has come, and many might argue that it is 5 days afterwards. So he has thought about the response.
Well, thinking about the response and actually adhering to what Biden was saying to him is, of course, two different things. Netanyahu, as the prime minister of Israel, of course, can choose as he wishes. But Biden, if he truly wants to avoid an escalation that can drag not only the entire region into war, but the United States into this war as well, has to make decisions based on U.S. interests. And according to him, avoiding a regional escalation has been paramount on his mind. That raises the question then why he actually hasn't put any real pressure on all of the different parties, including Israel, to make sure that we avoid this scenario.
What do you think might happen now if this is...
Fuck. I have to pee.
A single...
What time is it? Okay. Going for 3.5 hours.
Response target this air base in southern Iran,
Be right back,
which
chat.
seems to have perhaps
I'm just
limited
gonna
casualties.
let you watch
given
this.
it
I'm
was
just trying to get
carried
us caught up to
overnight
the current
and
information on this
target. Will that perhaps
on this situation, as it's basically a live breaking situation. I was not expecting to happen tonight, and well, we're dealing with it right now. So I'll be right back.
diffuse things now?
Very much depends on exactly what the extent of the strikes are. The Iranians have put themselves in a corner with the rhetoric that they have used. They have said that they will respond swiftly and ferociously to any attack, regardless of size and scope on their territory. At the same time, if you look at what the Iranians are saying in their media right now, they are playing down the impact of this. And if that is one of the outcomes here, that the Iranians choose to say that this was not a particularly impactful strike. In fact, they're even saying that there wasn't missiles, there may have been drones, the explosions took place in the air, not on the ground, whether that's true or not. But if that is the line they choose to take, then perhaps this will not lead to a full escalation. But I'm very, very doubtful, because the message from Tehran earlier on was a very defiant and very clear one. So it will be difficult for them to get out of the corner that they've put themselves in.
So is it up to other countries to try and step in to stop this escalating?
Well, certainly other countries should do everything they can because they have an interest in preventing an escalation. But what Western countries have done so far has been to put pressure on the other countries and zero pressure on Israel. That formula has brought us to this moment. It's not a formula that has worked, nor is it likely to work in the future either. And that includes what the British government has done in this regard.
Will these sanctions that have been imposed on certain sections...
No, they will not. Iran is one of the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world, if not the #1. It's like up there with Cuba and Russia, you know? I don't have the list in front of me for who's #1. But I'm pretty sure they're like top 3. What's next? Oh right, no, I'm sorry. I was just trying to. I don't know why I did that. Why did I just do that? We're still watching this, chat.
Of the Iranian Defense Forces have any effect?
I'm just going to move us forward
given
to
the fact
more
that it
recent
looks
news.
like this is
Let's see what they got here.
Israel has.
This weather. Oh, well, you're welcome, everybody. Here's your global weather. This is kind of cool.
Hello, welcome back. Let's remind you of our breaking news this morning. It all started with Iran's Fars news agency, which said an explosion or explosions were heard at an airport in the Iranian city of Isfahan. You can see on your map there. That is south of Tehran. We're told around 200 miles south of the capital. The cause wasn't immediately known. We are getting more details that it could be a response from Israel to what happened on Saturday night. Now, this from Iranian state media, which is putting out that around 12:30 GMT, 3 drones were observed in the sky over Isfahan.
Are we going back to the Ottoman Empire now?
And it says destroyed the drones in the sky. Now, these pictures that you're looking at now are from Iran, specifically released from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Telegram channel, and it does seem to show explosions in the sky near Isfahan. It's not exactly clear from this what has gone.
That would probably mean that they were, at least some of them were intercepted by their missile defense.
A source has told our NBC News colleagues that Israel did carry out an operation in Iran tonight. Israeli officials notified US officials a response.
This is the world's blurriest video.
It seems this is being played down to a large extent in Iran. One official telling Reuters the explosions heard in Isfahan there, which you're looking at, were a result of the activation of Iran's air defense systems, and says no missile attack was carried out against Iran.
Missile attack.
That is what some in Iran are saying. But clearly, something has happened. A number of flights are being rerouted. James Matthews is back with us in Washington. And James, interesting to know, isn't it, that since what happened on Saturday night when Iran sent this barrage of over 300 drones and missiles towards Israel, how would Israel respond? Joe Biden had urged Benjamin Netanyahu to take the win, not to retaliate. But here we are, 5 days later. It looks like something has happened, and the timing's quite interesting. A lot of that war cabinet, the hardliners in Netanyahu's war cabinet, would have demanded an immediate response. But what does this suggest to you, if this is a response 5 days later, that Mr. Netanyahu has in some part listened to Joe Biden?
I'm just going to keep on. Maybe we'll listen to her in a second.
I think he will have listened to Joe Biden. There's no doubt about that. The Americans were informed.
All right, fuck it. I have no idea who this is. Moving on. Let's see what this guy has to say. Actually, we just watched this, didn't we? Well, we watched similar footage. They're just playing this footage over and over again, huh? Okay. They've had like 17 guests on. Hilarious. Why don't you want to skip ahead for me? Oh my god, stop doing this. Why is it beneficial to be able to allow me to do this? Why should I be able to... Do you see what I'm talking about, chat? When I try and move the bar, it selects the text. It's a fun feature that makes my life a living hell. So then I can't click this goddamn thing. Oh my god, I hate you. Oh my... Oh god. There we go.
In which case there would be a direct logic for Israel to attack that particular base. There is also a part of Iran's nuclear program quite close by to Isfahan, but I think it's more of a research and development part. There's no indications that has been attacked, but it might be a sign as well, a signal from the Israelis, just to say to the Iranians, you know, we can and we're not scared to if ever we needed to. So, as with the case with all these things, you have to look at the messaging. I think what is clear is that this has not been some Israeli blanket bombing.
You got lasers to send me? Oh, you're going to repurpose your capacitor from your railgun, but you just need to get it into orbit. Maybe we can work on that, you know. We were working on something else. I can't remember what that was, but it seems like you got a lot of ideas over there, Styx Dragon. I appreciate you.
Of Iran, whatever targets they have chosen, whether it's one or more, appear to be carefully considered. And the point of that, as you've been hearing from other contributors, is both for Israel's allies, either in the region or in the West, to justify why you're carrying out these attacks, because obviously they come with the risk of escalation. But also, I think actually they are designed not to escalate the situation further. Now, we would expect Iran to respond in some form, but I think if messages can be sent to the Iranian regime, either that sort of blunt message of an airstrike by the Israelis, but also back-channel messages, perhaps to the British Embassy in Tehran, that, you know, this is not supposed to be the next step towards...
It definitely ratcheted up after the weekend's events with what seemed to be much more intense crossfire between the two sides. there are already nearly 80 villages and towns.
Yeah, I love how this is an NBC live stream, but it's actually Sky News. The whole thing. Okay.
In southern Lebanon, which have had to be evacuated, tens of thousands of people who've been displaced from that area and lost their...
Do you see the little peacock in the corner? I know Bacula's head is kind of in the way, but like, this is technically an NBC live stream.
Homes with, in many cases, no homes to return to. A lot of fear, a lot of trepidation down that side amongst civilians. We've seen plenty of that over this week, and multiple funerals, sometimes 2 or 3 a day.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like they have any more breaking information for us at this time, so at least we're all aware of what just happened tonight. Hopefully Iran keeps their head together, and the Hezbollah. But if you recall, only I don't know, 45 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, I don't know how long it was, we were listening to 2 different videos, both of the leader of Hezbollah and the leader of Iran, saying if Israel strikes us, shit is going down. So it just seemed, and the fact is that that one video from CNN with Iran's foreign minister went live, and 30 minutes later that attack happened. I'm not kidding. I saw it go on YouTube, and literally within 30 minutes a missile hit Iran. You know, the amount of time it took for what seems like, I mean, granted, they've supposedly been thinking about it for days and days, but it's weird timing. If they want to claim that it's, although I don't see how they could ever claim that that's not them. Who else would it be? Who the fuck else would it be? Okay, let's watch this video, because I still have a few more videos planned for us today. Nothing too long. This one is from Reuters from 9 hours ago, where Gaza children yearn for school days before war.
This ruined building in the southern Gaza Strip used to be Abed al-Kara and Mohammed al-Fajem's school. The 10-year-old friends from Eastern Han Yunis, traumatized from 6 months of war, stare at its destroyed shell. Once a place of learning, the school is now riddled with bullets. Papers are scattered across gutted classrooms. Posters peel off the walls. Damaged books line the floors. It's a grim reminder of their studies and time spent with friends. For 5th grader Al-Kara, those days feel like a distant memory.
What is this destruction? Destruction. We used to study in these schools, and we used to play in the playground. They would bring us toys. We would go out during recess. We would go to the classroom and walk around.
These kids' lives are being fucking destroyed in every possible way.
The principal would come to the classrooms. He would give us the books. We would go there and see who is coming and going. We would stand at the school gate.
This is so fucking depressing.
We were living well.
The battered school represents the shattered dreams of many young Gazans and highlights all they have lost since the conflict began. Hamas militants from the enclave attacked Israel on October 7th, killing 1,200 people and taking over 200 hostages,
May
according
right
to
now.
Israeli tallies. Israel's retaliatory air and ground offensive has killed over 33,000 Palestinians, according to health authorities. Much of Gaza looks just like this, reduced to rubble and wasteland. That includes many schools, which, with children making up about half of Gaza's 2.3 million population, have a critical place in society. Palestinians across the densely packed enclave face severe shortages of water, food, medicine and healthcare. Many young...
It's just so fucking stressful. Well, I just want to remind you about the children in Gaza who are still without school or without enough food or a place to sleep, or their parents or family or friends or future. Okay. This next one is actually one of my favorite videos of the night. See, I told you, Chad, there would be like 10% non-garbage tonight, but this is the penultimate of our videos here. This is from 12 hours ago. Meals distributed to 180 families in Rafah. This is from Middle East Eye. And remember, 180 families, Palestinian families, from what I can tell, are pretty big. At least the ones that are still around and alive. So, hopefully it's, 1,000 people. I don't know exactly how many got fed, but let's watch this video. I love how this guy's just staring at the camera the entire time. He does not break eye contact. It's so good. It's so well cut. Oh god, I love this. Good night, Disco. May you sleep well. Rice and meat. How good does this spiced rice look? It's incredible. He is a great cook, Mr. Hamada. Oh, I thank the one who made it. Delicious. More delicious than my mom makes. Oh, God. This is the first delicious thing I tasted since the war. My God, it's delicious. Come every day. Every day. Slightly optimistic video. I know still not enough children in Gaza have enough food. But it's nice to see them eating something other than just fucking rice. Because every single fucking thing we've seen is just... Either rice has like been essentially the best thing that they've been seeing. Right? They've been eating animal feed and all this other fucking just literal garbage. We heard about somebody feeding their children flour and sand baked out of pure desperation, right? So to see that, it really did kind of warm my heart. And the fact that he did somehow, throughout all of it, managed to put together such a fantastic pre-video there. And honestly, the whole video is pretty great. It just, I don't know, gives me hope. I don't know, 5% hope, chat. 1% hope. Somewhere between 1 and 5% hope. I can work with that. Okay. This is, I think, the latest video from Zateo, our man, Mehdi Hassan. The deliberate dehumanization of the Palestinians. Mehdi Hassan calls out media bias on Gaza.
Horrific. A slaughter. A massacre. These are the kind of words that millions, if not billions, of ordinary people around the world are perfectly comfortable using to describe Israel's relentless killing of over 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza, including over 13,000 children, whether they were sheltering in hospitals or schools or in mosques or churches. And yet these are not words that tend to be used by Western media outlets, in particular by American mainstream media, to describe what is happening in Gaza to the Palestinians as they are killed in record numbers and in some of the most brutal ways imaginable. They're rightly used for Israeli victims, yes, but not for Palestinians. Oh no. And you don't have to take my word for it. The numbers don't lie. A survey of articles in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the LA Times, reported on by The Intercept back in January, found that the term slaughter was used by editors and reporters to describe the killing of Israelis versus Palestinians 60-1. And massacre was used to describe the killing of Israelis versus Palestinians 125-2.
For fuck's sake.
Horrific was used to describe the killing of Israelis versus Palestinians 36-4. What else do we call that other than the deliberate dehumanization of the Palestinian people? Remember when the Associated Press referred to the 12,300 Palestinian minors killed by Israel? Can't say the word children. Oh no, they're Palestinian. They're not innocent. They're not human. It's not just US newspapers, but US television too. In a study of the guests who appeared on Sunday morning political shows in the first 3 months after October the 7th, Dr. William Youmans found that not only were the American guests who appeared on air more than twice as likely to sympathize with Israel than with the Palestinians, but that overall there were 10 times as many Israeli guests as Palestinians. 10 times. What else do we call that other than the deliberate dehumanization of the Palestinian people? And it's not just the US media. The UK's isn't much better. A study of the BBC's online coverage of this issue, published by a pair of data scientists in January, found a systematic disparity in how Palestinian and Israeli deaths are treated. See, Palestinians, per the BBC...
I think we've all been either explicitly or implicitly aware of this, right? Subconsciously. I think pretty much everybody in this chat has been, you know, cognizant of this happening in the media over and over again, where things are framed one way for Palestinians and another for everybody else, or everybody that fits a certain description, you know? And it's really frustrating. Thankfully, we have people like Mehdi to point this out for us and get all the data together.
They tend to die or be killed, but very rarely are they murdered. No, that term is almost exclusively reserved for Israelis when it comes to this war, with a 101-to-1 Israeli to Palestinian ratio. In addition, words like mother, daughter, father, son were much more likely to be used for Israeli victims of Palestinian violence, but not so much for Palestinian victims of Israeli violence. They just tend to be nameless, faceless numbers, statistics. What else do we call that other than the deliberate dehumanization of the Palestinian people? Look, the Western media's coverage of what the International Court of Justice has called a plausible genocide unfolding in front of our eyes, in my view, is perhaps the greatest, most consequential, most shameful media failure of our lifetimes. Only the media's coverage of Iraqi WMDs and the non-existent threat from Saddam Hussein back in 2003 comes even close to what we've all had to see, read, and hear in recent months. So it's difficult to overstate just how dehumanized Palestinians are, not just in our media discourse,
seriously,
but in our political discourse too. Earlier this month, in an interview with The New Yorker, Aaron David Miller, a veteran US State Department advisor who has worked on Middle East policy for multiple presidents, let the cat out of the bag. Do I think that Joe Biden has the same depth of feeling and empathy for the Palestinians of Gaza as he does for the Israelis? No, he doesn't. Nor does he convey it. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We have a word for this phenomenon of caring more about the suffering of one group of human beings over another, of prioritizing one group of people over another based on their nationality, their ethnicity. It's called racism. Now, one of the reasons I founded Zeteo, which officially launches this week, and one of the reasons I'm hosting this new weekly show for Zeteo, is that I'm fed up with media organizations failing to challenge the racism and bigotry of our leaders. And I'm also fed up with media organizations themselves pushing racist, bigoted, dehumanizing coverage of minorities across the board, but especially of the Palestinians.
100%, Mehdi. 100%, pal. Hey, what's happening?
Huh? Seems like TV from other dimensions has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone. It's in theaters now, coming this summer.
Two brothers in a van, and then a meteor hit, and they ran as fast as they could from giant cat monsters, and then a giant tornado came, and that's when things got knocked into 12 gear. A Mexican armada shows up with weapons made from tomatoes. And you better bet your bottom dollar that these two brothers know how to handle business. In Alien Invasion Tomato Monster Mexican Armada brothers, who are just regular brothers running in a van from an asteroid and all sorts of things, the movie. Hold on, there's more. Old women are coming, and they're also in the movie, and they're gonna come and cross-attack these two brothers. But let's get back to the brothers, because they have a strong bond. You don't want to know about it here, but I'll tell you one thing. The moon, it comes crashing into Earth, and what do you do then? It's two brothers, and they're gonna, it's called Two Brothers. Two Brothers.
Okay, that's it. I just thought it'd be funny to watch a clip from that show, considering sometimes this feels like interdimensional television. Okay, wait, what is Solar Friday about? Well, hold on. Why isn't there a cacao? What are you talking about? There's absolutely a cow. How have you never heard the cacao? Cacao? That is a cacao. Cacao? 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 And also this. Cacao. You hear it? Cacao. Cacao. Cacao.
So hot right now. So hot right now. So hot right now. So hot right now.
That's hot.
Okay. What am I doing? Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I don't have cacao to cacao. If that is specifically being requested, I could probably find it and get it on in there. Okay? I'll work on that. If you need a cacao to cacao, you let me know where you're at with that. Okay? Oh, God. Well, chat. Together we've somehow made it through an inordinate amount of doom. I might say, nearly the most doom that we've looked at in one night. Thankfully, I had all of you here with me to get through it. Well, that's it for me, Streamlord. Till I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Oh shit, I almost forgot. I couldn't do that. Your Galactic patrons. These individuals who have helped get us to where we are. And help us to continue into the void. Gabby, Gothos, Aaron W, Robot Cat, Pitchfork's Dragon, the anti-corporatist, and Vincent Morales. Without them, the Galactic Network would cease to exist. Don't forget that.